through the caucuses.
We need to produce those kind of results in Washington, D.C.
The primaries.
This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country.
The conventions. The mudslinging.
Rightly or wrongly, chaos follows Trump.
We're keeping you covered through Election Day and beyond.
We talk about Nikki Haley, when we talk about Chris Christie, we're just suspicious of parts of their past where they have not aligned with true conservative principles.
Community focused. Conservative minded. This is The Flag.
All right, welcome to it. My name is Jay Thomas alongside Steve Hallstrom. And, this is our second time doing a YouTube social media show only. And it is the final Republican primary debate before the Iowa caucuses. This is going to be good, Steve. It's a one-on-one showdown between, of course, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and now I guess you'd call a little bit of momentum wave Ron DeSantis.
We'll take
call it that
for a guy who's been in the DeSantis camp for a while. We'll take what we get.
You and I both,
yeah, because it has not been an overwhelming performance from him so far. But he's still out there, and in the year 2024, you just never know.
We last time around we did this about a month ago. We had 56,000+ people viewing calls from all over the country, and I could say the world, other countries. And
I think it was all young single women that saw some handsome studs here on the display and said, I want to check that out a little bit.
Well, we're good-looking Northern boys, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
So when we dubbed it, well, we didn't. Steve's. This is a remake of the Common Sense Club. That's a show that used to be on AM 1100 The Flag, AM1100theflag.com. Scott Hennon, who will join us in a bit. He also has a radio show, What's on Your Mind, from 8:30 to 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're like, let's just call this the Common Sense Club.
That's
so
the deal.
Here we go. It's Steve Hallstrom, myself. Just a quick heads up if you're new to us on the YouTube channel. By the way, YouTube, it's at AM 1100 The Flag Fargo. On Facebook, you can watch as well, AM 1100 The Flag. You can also find us on Twitter at The Flag, WZ, as in zebra, FG. And while we do this, you can call us anytime. Phone lines are open.
Let's do it.
Here's the number. It is 701. That's area code 701-271-1100. 701-271-1100. You can call and comment and, fly your freak flag, whoever you love. And, hey, all thoughts, they're all welcome. We don't care what walk of life. We had Democrats calling last time. We had the hard left liberals, hard right, right in the middle. We had a blast. So we're going to be here before the debate. We'll be here during the debate, and then we'll do after the debate. We'll open the phone lines up again. All right, Steve Hallstrom. He is the host of the Steve Hallstrom Show on AM 1100 The Flag. He's on from 4 to 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, and you can also listen to him at AM1100theflag.com. My name is Jay Thomas. I host the Jay Thomas Show on our brother station. That is 970 WDAY Radio. You can listen to me online as well at WDAYradionow.com. You can listen on your smart speakers. You just say, if it's Alexa or whatever, hey, play AM 1100 The Flag. If it's the station I'm on, hey, play 970 WDAY. It's that simple. So we're just going to sit here and have a blast tonight. And again, it's Steve. It's going to be good because when I was on your show this afternoon, we talked a little bit about this. And it's going to be nice just to have two people up there. We're not going to have 7, 6, 5. It's two.
And I think we're going to get a real chance to see these two go at each other. I really believe that they need to do that. There are key differences between the two, and I think the candidates should and probably will try to get deep down inside some of those different issues that really separate them. I don't think Ron DeSantis has answered the questions yet about fracking and why he's been reluctant to see that go forward in Florida. I think I know why he doesn't want to have that, but he's not had to answer that before because he's been let off the hook by the moderators on that. And I think Nikki Haley has not answered the questions either about what period in a woman's gestation a abortion should be off limits, and some of the trans issues and things like that as well. So I think we're going to get a chance to see these two go at it, hopefully with each other, and really draw out some of those differences.
This will be a 2-hour debate. and it is on CNN. I kind of find that ironic, but it is
weird.
Well, CNN's looking; they'll do anything for ratings. But yeah, CNN from 8 to 10 Central Standard Time. Now, the twist in all this is that former President Donald Trump, at the same time, will be doing a town hall on Fox. Brilliant, by the way.
Never one to miss an opportunity.
No, never.
To take a little life out of another room. And certainly he'll have a lot of people that will be interested in that. I just think with a debate, you bring that kind of unknown. With a Trump town hall, I think you generally know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
And if you're a fan of the former president, you really don't care about Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis, you'll probably spend your time over there. They'll probably have more people that will watch that than will watch the debate. I like to look at it this way. So Donald Trump, let's say he's Michigan. Mm-hmm. He's king of the college football world, so to speak.
Okay.
He's the granddaddy
of Wolverine.
He's a Wolverine. Yep. And
which is perfect animal for him.
He's going to be in the Rose Bowl, and he's playing on the big stage. He will probably be the nominee, if we're honest about it. However, I'm a fan of Ron DeSantis. He's been my guy from the very beginning. I have not moved from that camp. So let's call him Georgia. Let's call Nikki Haley Ohio State. So you can still have a pretty darn good game between Georgia and Ohio State when it comes to college football. So we may not have the Rose Bowl tonight, but let's call this the Cotton Bowl. And I'll take that because you can still say, that's my candidate. That's my candidate. I know there's a lot of people watching us and that have listened to our programs all day saying, I'm for Nikki Haley. I think she is the right person for the mix. So you can cheer for your team tonight, even though maybe they're not going to be the one that's going to win the whole thing, all the Tostitos. But if I'm a Ron DeSantis fan, I'm thinking, okay, this one's going to be tough for anybody besides Donald Trump. But 4 years from now, there's going to be an opportunity. And I think both Haley and DeSantis are people that could be around in 4 years. And so maybe for them, this is an opportunity to sharpen their craft a little bit, get their message down, and build up a little momentum going forward. If not for this political cycle, the next one.
See, for me, I don't want to plagiarize, but I'm gonna quote the great philosopher.
Okay, you and the Harvard president can get along.
Yeah, Maureen McGovern. Feeling like torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool, because I have always been a Trump guy, and we've talked about this before. I for years before he walked down the stairs at Trump Plaza 2015, I said, this country's a business, should be run like a business, and I said Trump, people thought I was nuts. But I like DeSantis. The guy is just, he's a common sense guy. Like you, there's some things that you got to question, but I like DeSantis. I will not, put it this way, I would not be crushed, I would not be disappointed if Ron gets it, and the same thing for Trump. I'll take either one of those two.
Same here.
But you and I both agree to that. You and I talked about this on your show, the Steve Hallstrom Show on AM1100theflag.com, and that is, it would be fantastic if these two could just get together and Ron gets on that ticket as a VP.
Yeah, either of these two would fare very well against Joe Biden. And I think either of them can beat him and would be able to beat him. Ron DeSantis has completely remade the electoral map in Florida. He has taken a state that was purple, certainly blue in the big counties, and he's turned it into dead red. And he's done it with policies that made sense. He was one of the first to snap out of COVID and reopen the economy there and get things going. He's been merciless on people that kind of the woke establishment. And in that area, I would argue that he's got a better track record than Donald Trump has of being able to clean house within the administration. And he did. He fired his attorney general for being too woke. His surgeon general is out now telling people of their state, don't get these COVID vaccines. He is more of a conservative, a true conservative than Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is just very effective in some of the messaging and some of the execution on things that conservatives really care about. But DeSantis has turned big counties, big blue counties red, and he's got a track record. Every statistic you want to look at of people wanting to be in a state, Florida's number one in moving in and the economy. The weather's not bad as well.
Well, not so much this year. Our son Derek, who's in the military, he got moved for officer school to Tampa, and they bought a brand new home in Tampa, one of the suburbs. And every time I talked to him, he was so excited. I finally get to be in a warm state. Yeah. Dad, this sucks. It's nothing but rain and cold and tornadoes. But he loves it down there. He said, Dad, it's just, you just feel the freedom the minute we moved to Florida. It was because he went from Washington State to Florida. He said, unbelievable down there.
I heard that too from many people. We have friends that own property down there, and they said, we went down to Florida coming from Minneapolis, where everybody was freaked out about everything.
Yeah.
They went down there and they tried to get in the elevator, and there's some people in there. They're like, oh, no, we'll wait. They're like, oh, come on, we're all fine. And people want to live down there. And I think it says something when you have a state where people of both parties have said, you know what, the guy's been a pretty good governor. If you want to poke anything in Florida, you can say, real estate taxes are high down there. Cost of doing business is high for some things because there's demand for it.
Housing is through the roof price-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you've got some. No place is perfect. No person is perfect. But if you want to take a look and figure out, who can get the job done, who has done it on a smaller stage, he and his Republican legislature, they cleaned up all the corrupt voter rolls down there. Their registrations, Republican registrations, have passed Democrat registrations, and that's still increasing. They established a voter fraud committee. Now, we've got a lot of politicians on the Republican side that are talking a good game on election integrity, but who's out there doing it? DeSantis is doing that. He was there during all those floods, all those disasters, and people on both sides of the aisle say, this guy fought for our state and our cities when we had the hurricanes, we had the storms go through there. He left the beach closings and those things up to the local communities and the local cities.
Local control.
And when it came to schools and businesses, he did the same thing there. He has made Florida one of the freest states in the country, and really isn't that all we want as Americans?
Good
we
Lord.
want opportunity to make it happen.
The complaint you and I have had about DeSantis is whoever is running his campaign and working with him when he's on camera and speaking to people.
Unreal.
Maybe that should be your job, because you are DeSantis guy. I mean, that's fantastic. Real quick, Steve, I want to let folks know, if you're watching on our YouTube channel again is AM 1100 The Flag Fargo. Make sure when you're on there, if you haven't, hit the subscribe to the page, and then make sure also that you click the bell. When you subscribe, that's going to allow you to get in, because we have a chat room going right now, so you can chat along with us. I want to say hello to Julie Delk. She's watching and listening, and she's giving us hearty eyes. She thinks we're both great guys, and we appreciate that.
She might have to be the leader of the Common Sense fan club or something.
She's Trump 2024. She's saying, also want to say hello to David H. Let's go DeSantis. True conservatives, vote for true conservatives. Also, Andrew, I don't know how to pronounce that last name, but glad you're listening, brother. Had so much fun in Chris Christie's live stream earlier. Yeah, I bet you did. We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
Again, you can watch us on our YouTube channel. You can also watch us on a Facebook. But if you're on the YouTube channel, just hit that subscribe. When you hit that bell, what that does is that tells you if we put a new video up on our AM 1100, the Flag Fargo YouTube page, you'll get a notification. Hey, the guys put a new video up there, whether it's the Common Sense Club show, or it might be a short video, but you'll know when they go up. And also, make sure you subscribe or make sure you follow and like the AM 1100 Facebook page. That's real easy. AM 1100 The Flag. Also on Twitter at The Flag WZFG. I know it's a lot of information. We'll keep giving it out all night long. And again, you can call us anytime. You'll be on the show with us. You'll come right on over the air. Have fun with us. 701-701-271-1100. Call. And again, we don't care what political walk of life you're from. Man, we'd love to hear from you. After the debate, we'll be back on again. We'll do a post-game show. We have a blast doing this. We really do. All right, let's talk, Steve.
Let me say one thing quick on that, Jay.
Yeah.
The thing that I think we love so much about doing what we get to do here every day, and certainly times like this when we can have a video stream audience and you're watching from wherever, is last time we did this, we had people calling from Washington and Oregon and Maryland and whatever. And the thing that we were reminded of is that really the Common Sense Club is all of us everywhere. Mm-hmm. And it's not relegated to one area, or it's like North Dakotans see the world one way who are conservatives, but conservatives in Georgia see it a different way. We are all about the same things, and we love opportunities to connect with each other. And when we talk to somebody who's hundreds, thousands of miles away, the issues that you're facing and that you're seeing that you're ticked off about are the same issues that we're ticked off about here, and we're willing to fight for those things. That's why we're doing this after hours. We love doing it because we get to connect with people like you who are wherever you're at, from whatever walk of life, whatever economic status you have. It doesn't matter, black, white, straight, gay, it doesn't matter. We're all fighting for the same things here, and that is to make sure that we've got a country we can be proud to leave for our kids.
It was eye-opening because what happens now, you're seeing this more on national talk radio when we're talking terrestrial radio, even satellite radio. You're seeing now, and you'll notice that a lot of these national talk shows, they are not taking calls anymore. They're not doing that. They're starting to get away from that. What we do in our day-to-day jobs here in Fargo, North Dakota, and we've got a very wide range. Our signals, both AM 1100 The Flag and 970 WDAY. We do calls. Our shows are caller-driven. They're email-driven because we want to hear what people are feeling, what they got to say. We love hearing those opinions. And the nice thing when we're doing this worldwide show is it's amazing because you'll hear somebody call from Florida or California or Colorado or Texas, and they're feeling the same way, because sometimes you get in the bubble where you live and go, yeah, maybe that's just up here. No, you find out it's not just here. It's eye-opening. A shout-out. Got to say hello to Mike.
What's up, Michael?
Robert listening in Manhattan, New York City.
Welcome, Manhattan.
Welcome to it, Robert, man. Glad to have you on. Also, Mike, he's listening. The listeners, Julie says, I'm excited. We got 73 people watching. Well, wait, because last time we had 56,000, and we had a blast. Julie's telling us she's out in California.
Cali girl.
Just hang in there. Hey, Julie, if you want to come where it's free, you got Florida. You got Texas. I don't know if you want to do Texas right now. There's a problem down there. I heard something's going on down there. We're free in North Dakota, baby.
Hey, you know what?
It's a little cold, but we're free.
Forbes magazine just named North Dakota the #1 state in the country to start a small business in. So let's go. Come on up here and start a little business and jump into the local economy. Hey, Michael in Manhattan, go down to Del Fresco's for us and have a steak sometime when you get an opportunity. Best steak I've ever had, Del
really?
Oh, in Manhattan, yeah.
I still stick with Murray's Mooreys in Minneapolis.
That's not bad
but
either.
Problem is, you got to go to downtown Minneapolis. Although I'm hearing it's getting a little better.
It's all right.
Hey, Paul, hello to you, too. So Paul says hi from the Peanut Gallery. Love you. Sophia's telling us great job. Look, again, this is the Common Sense Club. Just so you know, if you're new to this, I am not. My radio show in the afternoons, it's not a heavy political show. I do a lot of local stuff. I do a lot of guy stuff. Hey, what's the cool, like today? What's the coolest job you had when you were a teen? We do stuff like that. We hit local issues. I'll touch on politics once in a while, get my digs in there. Steve's show is very political. AM 1100 The Flag, that speaks for itself. Very political, very family. It's all about family, faith, and freedom on AM 1100 The Flag. And again, around the world, AM1100theflag.com, or your smart speaker. Just say, hey, play AM 1100 The Flag, and you'll get that there. Same thing for my station, 970 WDAY. Our website is WDAYradionow.com. Scott Hennon, host of one of the most, if not the most popular radio show in the upper Midwest, What's on Your Mind, on AM 1100 The Flag from 8:30 to 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. It's on a 50,000-watt blowtorch signal. And Steve's on from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm 2 p.m. To 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. But we're just guys. I have this joke on my show that I don't belong to the Republicans. I don't belong to the Democrats. I have a party I started called the Garage Party. It's just basically guys sitting around in the garage when they're drinking beer, how they talk politics. That's my view on politics. So I love hanging out with these guys. I love doing this because I can just let my political freak flag fly, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk to DeSantis. So he dumps out. I was surprised it was today. I thought he'd give it a little bit longer. But the big thing, you heard the caught on hot mic moment.
Chris Christie you're talking about.
I'm sorry, Chris Christie, the hot on mic moment. Wow.
Yeah.
Regarding Nikki Haley.
Yeah, he got after Nikki Haley and just said she's not, she can't get this done. And I don't know why that was such a taboo subject for him. He was kind of going after everybody on the debate stage earlier, but did you see Donald Trump's response to that on Truth Social?
I missed it.
Oh yeah, so it didn't take long for Trump. And what I love about Donald Trump is he's a street fighter. He's a back alley guy. That's why we love what he's done for this country. But he says, "I see Chris Christie's about to drop out. Maybe I will even like him again." Trump says on it, and that's just Trump, right? Like, okay, yeah, I called you a loser and a moron, and I made up 6 different nicknames about you, and I hated your guts and your mama and all that. But that's just how we do it in New York. And then he says, he quoted Christie about like saying, Nikki Haley, she can't get the job done. And so all that nice stuff that Chris Christie was saying about Nikki Haley at times, maybe he didn't mean it all.
Exactly. It was in a moment, it was gone. Well, and then there was a Ron DeSantis one, but the sentence got cut off. The mic got cut off.
Oh, okay.
He started saying something about DeSantis, and then somebody realized, crap, the mic's on. They killed the hot mic, so we don't know. Hello to... who do we got to say hello to? It looks like it's Al Hooligan 1. Hey Al, welcome to the Common Sense Club on our YouTube channel. Again, make sure you hit that subscribe button and hit that bell too. All right.
Here, let me throw this up about Nikki Haley, and I think there's a lot to like about Nikki Haley. I just feel like I question her conservative values and some of the principles that she stands for. Some of the things that she's said about internet privacy, some of the things about transgenders and things like that. I just don't know that she lines up where we want her to line up on certain things. But here's the question I have. Mm-hmm. And if you're watching us on the video feed tonight, chirp in with your comment on this one.
Or pick up the phone and call.
Or you can do that too. 701-271-1100. Yep. 701-271-1100. I think Nikki Haley has some toughness to her, don't get me wrong. But my question, and my honest question is this. She's sitting across the table from Xi or Putin. Do you think that they are going to respect her in a way that they would respect a man?
No.
I'm not saying it should be that way.
No, it shouldn't.
I'm just saying, if especially you take Trump and put him there. And I think DeSantis in those situations is going to be just fine on those things too. But are they going to respect her enough to have that kind of healthy fear you have to have of the American president? I don't know the answer to that. But I think it's worth thinking about.
Okay, well, and my response is the same response I gave you on your show this afternoon. And watch the chat room explode on this one now. You're right. You are talking about leaders of countries. These are vicious leaders, and they
right.
do not have respect for women. And there is nothing wrong with a woman as a leader. But you're right. These men of these countries, whether it's Iran, although Iran doesn't matter because they don't give respect to anybody, but they do not respect women. The only gosh, it's gonna be trouble.
You're going to say this twice in one day.
I'm going to say twice in one day. Let me say this first. I cannot stand this woman. I think this woman should be in prison. Should have been in prison a long time ago. But the only woman at this point in the country, oh, God, please, this can never happen, but that could stand in front of Xi, could stand in front of Putin or any of these communist leaders and put the fear of God in them, Hillary Clinton.
Okay, so
and I can't stand. I'm just saying.
I know. I'm going to add a couple names to your list, though, because I thought about this after you said that on my show earlier today. I'm going to throw a name out, a couple names out that I think could get their attention.
Okay.
Maybe not, but maybe. Carrie Lake is one of them.
Carrie
Lake, she does not take your BS.
No, that's
and
good
she'll
call.
throw right. She is tough as heck. And she'll let you know about it, too.
Then I can take Hillary off the list, then, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for that.
By the way, I don't think you're crazy.
No.
On that. And then your friend and mine, the governor of the great state of South Dakota, Kristi Noem.
You think Kristi Noem could put the fear of God in these leaders?
Kristi has got that toughness. She does. She maybe doesn't have, well, and neither does Carrie Lake, have a national profile of a Hillary Clinton. But you spend 2 minutes. Forget about that. You spend 20 seconds talking to Kristi Noem.
Oh, I love Kristi Noem.
She will set. She's on these morning talk shows on a Sunday, and they're trying to rip her apart on everything.
They can't.
She is cool as the other side of the pillow, and she handles all their stuff. She throws it right back at them, and she'll look at them and she'll just call BS right on them. Kristi Noem can be that too. Now, She needs that opportunity. But as has been speculated, she could be a VP candidate for President Trump. And if she gets that opportunity, Kristi Noem could get some great training for 4 years and be a very good candidate for president 4 years from now.
Yeah, our friends to the south of us, South Dakota. Yeah, if you don't know, and I'm quite sure anybody listening to this, your political followers, big time, y'all know Kristi Noem, but she is just amazing. And if you're living in other parts of the country, what you don't know. You can go on YouTube and watch him. Kristi Noem is just brilliant at marketing her state. And I think we could use somebody here in North Dakota. I'm not saying we do a bad job up here of marketing, but somebody should really call and say, hey, Kristi, can you help us on the marketing of the state?
No question.
But she has got a series of commercials about, hey, we got the jobs, we got the careers here. The commercials are the best. And the latest one she did, she's an accountant or bookkeeper, and she is just dressed up like she should be on the cover of, well, let's say it. I can say it, we're on YouTube. Like she should be on the cover of Playboy or something. I mean, it's just overdone makeup and just it's real tight fitting. And people were giving her grief, and her attitude was that if you don't like it, don't watch it.
That's right.
All right, we don't care. We're just telling you, we're having fun and telling you there's jobs and freedom in South Dakota. And by the way, there is here in North Dakota, too. A lot of, by the way, over 20,000 jobs here in North Dakota.
We got plenty. And Kristi Noem has done a fantastic job within that state. I saw today another headline from there. She's trying to consolidate 2 offices in the Capitol there to save some money and basically streamline government. And boy, don't we need more of that.
Hey, what do you think of this from somebody chatting and listening in our chat room? Marjorie Taylor Greene for VP.
Maybe.
She's a good one. Okay. All right.
Maybe. She's another one that doesn't mind a good back alley fight. She's got some toughness to her. She doesn't care what you think about her either.
No.
I think she needs more seasoning. I think she's a congresswoman from Colorado. Do I have that right, or am I thinking of somebody else?
No, you're thinking of that. Is that Brobart? Is that Brobart?
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, she needs more time. I think. I want somebody who's run something. A Kristi Noem. She's run something. I get the respect
Georgia.
there.
She's from Georgia.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah. So I just want a little bit more seasoning than that. I want you to have done something where you had to like have a profit loss statement. You had to hire and fire. You had to run it. And if it didn't work, you had to fix it or make changes to make it happen. I'm not so sure that someone who just gets in, I got into politics when I was young, and I've always kind of been a representative. You don't have to make tough decisions that jobs and families and incomes are going to be counted on. You make votes that aren't necessarily easy to make, but I just would like to see a little bit more there. But I'm a big Byron Donalds fan, too. I think he could be a possible candidate there, and he's kind of the same way.
Bunch more hellos to Tony, to Lori.
What's up, Tony?
Tony, hello. Lori, hello. And when you're new to the chat, could you put on there where you're from? Just what state you're from. It's just kind of interesting to see where you're
and what you're drinking tonight. I want to know what you're. We could drink too here because we're not on the radio, so we could have.
Yeah, but we got to drive home. Although I got a couch in my office. VD Freegate, welcome, brother. Welcome. A lot of these folks in here are saying, we do not want MTG. No,
Marjorie.
No, don't want Marjorie. Claire Underwood. I don't know that name.
I don't either.
Don't know that name. Oh man, look what the cat.
Now, if it's Carrie Underwood, we can have a conversation.
I wonder if that's what. It's probably a typo they put in there. I'm guessing that it's Carrie Underwood. Look what the cat drug in. Scott Hennon, what's on your mind? 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. You can listen to him on am1100theflag.com or go to your smart speaker and say, "Hey, Alexa,
turn on The Godfather on AM 1100 The Flag."
Yeah, don't do that because you won't get Scott. You'll get probably The Godfather.
Al Pacino.
Yeah, exactly. Just, hey, Alexa.
Say hello to my love friend.
I'll cuss you up. Just say, hey, Alexa, play AM 1100 The Flag. And again, make sure you're listening, man. Subscribe and hit that bell on our YouTube channel. Scott Hennon, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right, thank you. We got a debate. I'm not kidding. Way to roll in at the last minute.
Here, I don't know what it is with debates and church night, but somebody's a heathen that schedules these things. That's all I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, looking forward to seeing how bad CNN slices and dices Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis tonight.
Yeah.
if Trump lands some punches across the network over on Fox there. So a lot of things to watch tonight.
Well, you're right. It's time for the debate now. When the debate's over, we're going to comment during the debate. We'll try not to interrupt it, because I know a lot of you folks are watching on here, the debate. But after the debate, again, we'll open up the phone lines, and the Common Sense Club will continue, and we'll go till whenever, taking calls from around America. All right, here it is, the final Republican primary debate. Let's take a look.
The two candidates are backstage. They will be coming out momentarily. Nikki Haley.
Can
Ron
we?
DeSantis
We can go
is
longer.
there for
Okay,
the
just
debate.
you know what? I don't give a damn what CNN has to say. Just turn it
Come
down.
on, you don't want Anderson Cooper's analysis of
that guy looks like a Q-tip. Yeah, just turn. Honestly, turn it down. And when the candidates are actually on the stage, then you just give us a heads up. All right, Scott, your thoughts on tonight's debate? We got. By the way, Trump's going to have his town hall at the same time as Fox.
I think
that's
it's
brilliant.
hilarious.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay,
he literally is walking on the stage right now the same time they are.
he's beating him
a minute earlier.
He's hot clocked him already. All right, Scott. Only two candidates tonight. What are we going to get?
Well, I think it's these two are pretty desperate now. Chris Christie's out. We're getting down to the Trump and whoever else, and so they're debating right now tonight to see who belongs in that number 2 spot. Basically.
Okay, let's see what the rules are. Go ahead, guys.
Moderating tonight's debate alongside my friend and colleague Dana Bash.
And just 5 days from now, voters here in Iowa will cast the first votes of the 2024 presidential race. Tonight, the very first one-on-one matchup between top
We could have some horrible questions
Governor Ron
tonight.
DeSantis and former
Guarantee
Governor
it.
and UN
Horrible
Ambassador
questions.
Nikki Haley. Former President Trump
who wins
met
the prize for most
requirements
stupid
tonight's
question.
debate,
Oh,
but
I was going to ask you,
declined
guys,
to
let's
participate.
Our commitment
over
in this
under how
debate
long
is to
before
provide
the
as much information
moderators
as
bring up
possible to
Trump.
voters,
Oh,
especially here
first
in Iowa,
question.
before the first contests begin next week. So in choosing topics, we focused on the issues important to Republicans. Let's bring out the candidates now. Please
bet
welcome
that
Florida
hurts.
Governor Ron DeSantis. Please welcome former South Carolina Governor and UN Ambassador Nikki Haley.
Oh, she scares me.
DeSantis is still looking for his first non-awkward moment on a stage.
I know.
Doggone it.
Poor
Of the
guy.
ground rules. Each of you will have 90 seconds to answer questions, 60 seconds for responses and rebuttals, and 15 seconds for clarifications. Timing lights will remind you when time is expiring.
We also remind our audience here in the Sheslow Auditorium at Drake University to be respectful so the candidates can hear the questions and can hear each other.
Just hours ago, the Republican field narrowed once again. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie ended his bid for the presidency. So, with one fewer candidate in the running, let's start with the decision voters here in Iowa are about to face. Governor DeSantis, why should voters who are looking for an alternative to the current frontrunner, former President Trump, vote for you rather than former Governor Haley?
Well, the people of Iowa, good evening. It's great to be in Iowa to have a debate here. Donald Trump's running to pursue his issues. Nikki Haley's running to pursue her donors' issues. I'm running to pursue your issues and your family's issues and to turn this country around. I'm the only one running that's delivered on 100% of the promises that I've made. We've delivered huge victories in the state of Florida, things that Republicans have been asking for a generation. I'm also the only one running that has beaten the left time and time again. We beat the teachers union on universal school choice. We beat Soros on crime. We beat Fauci on COVID. We beat the Dems on election integrity. And I beat the left by banning China from buying land in the state of Florida. Now, Nikki Haley is running. We don't need another mealy-mouthed politician who just tells you what she thinks you want to hear just to try to get your vote, then to get in office and to do her donors' bidding. She was in another state, and she said the people of Iowa's votes need to be corrected. This is somebody that wrote in her book that Hillary Clinton inspired her to first run for office. I remember Hillary denigrating people on the Republican side as deplorables. We don't need a candidate who's going to look down on middle America. We've had enough of that. I'm the only one that's going to be able to lead this country's revival. I'm asking for your support, and I won't let you down.
Governor Haley, a response?
Well, I think this is a time that we know that we need a new generational leader. We have watched our country be in disarray. We see the world on fire, and we need someone who's had executive experience. I've been a 2-term governor that took a double-digit unemployment state and turned it into an economic powerhouse. I was at the UN. I dealt with Russia, China, Iran every day. But you're going to find out tonight that there's going to be a lot of Ron's lies that have happened. There are at least a couple of dozen so far that he's done. So what we're going to do is, rather than have him go and tell you all these lies, you can go to DeSantisLies.com and look at all of those. There's at least 2 dozen lies that he's told about me, and you can see where fact checkers say exactly what's going to happen and exactly why it's wrong. So it will cover the fact that he's only mad about the donors because the donors used to be with him, but they're no longer with him now. And that's because he's upset about the fact that his campaign is exploding. You're going to see the fact that he has switched his
I think she meant to
policies
say
multiple
imploding,
times,
but
and
well.
we'll call that out tonight. But every time he lies, Drake University, don't turn this into a drinking game because you will be overserved by the end of the night.
Wow. Well, I think this is interesting because you can actually go to RonDeSantis.com because Nikki Haley has this tactic. If you hold her accountable to her record, first she'll say, I never said that. Well, one good rule of thumb, if she says she's never said something, that definitely means she said it. And then she'll say, you're lying, you're lying. That means not only did she say it, but she's on videotape saying it. And so we have all the greatest hits. The reality is Nikki Haley is not somebody that has been willing to stand in and fight on behalf of conservatives. You know, she ran for governor saying she was going to do universal school choice, and she caved to the teachers union. She didn't deliver that. In Florida, I delivered the largest expansion of school choice in the history of the United States. I beat the teachers union. And you know what the results are? When she was governor of South Carolina, she was rated 50th in education, dead last. You know where Florida is under my watch? #1 in the nation.
Your response, Governor Haley?
Go to DeSantisLies.com and you can find out for yourself. But why don't we talk
Is it
about the fact
infomercial?
that if we're going to say this, when Ron was representing Florida, he said that he promised not to raise the debt limit when he got to D.C. Yet he raised the debt limit by hundreds of billions of dollars. He used to support Ukraine. He supported Ukraine when President Obama was in office. Now he's trying to copy Trump and saying that he no longer supports Ukraine and doesn't want to give them foreign aid anymore. He also goes and says that he wants to talk about me insulting Iowans. Iowans know when you're telling a joke. The fact that he's only running in one state is not the way you win president. I'm running in all states. But he should tell Iowans why he authored legislation to ban the renewable fuel standard that's so important to Iowans' economy, and the fact that he co-sponsored 5 different pieces of legislation to get rid of it. And also, then he also said he would never do anything with Social Security. Yet he voted 3 times to raise the retirement age of Social Security. So if you're going to talk about what you said and what you did, I think you've got your own explaining to do rather than telling lies about.
Thank you, Governor. We're going to get to a lot of these issues in the debate. Governor Haley, when Governor Christie dropped out of the race just a few hours ago, he said the most important issue is, quote, the character of the candidate. Governor Christie also said he ran because he knew he would be the only Republican candidate to speak the truth about former President Donald Trump. Do you believe Donald Trump has the character to be president again?
Well, I think the next president needs to have moral clarity. I think you need to have moral clarity to understand that it's taxpayer money, not your own money. I think you need to have moral clarity to understand that when you're dealing with dictators in the world, that we always have to fight for democracies and human rights and protecting Americans and preventing war. And so when you look at Donald Trump, I have said, I think he was the right president at the right time. I agree with a lot of his policies, but his way is not my way. I don't have vengeance. I don't have vendettas. I don't take things personally. For me, it's very much about no drama, no whining, and getting results and getting them done. So I don't think that President Trump is the right president to go forward. I think it's time for a new generational leader that's going to go and make America proud again. That's what I'm going to try and do.
Governor DeSantis, what is your response to Chris Christie? Do you believe Donald Trump has the character to be president again?
Well, I'm running because I'm the guy that's going to be able to engineer a comeback for this country. I appreciated what President Trump did, but let's just be honest. He said he was going to build a wall and have Mexico pay for it. He did not deliver that. He said he was going to drain the swamp. He did not deliver that. He said he was going to hold Hillary accountable, and he let her off the hook. He said he was going to eliminate the debt, and he added $7.8 trillion to the debt. So we need to deliver and get this stuff done. And I think the difference between Nikki Haley and me, I listened to all that litany of stuff. I debated the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. I thought he lied a lot. Nikki Haley gives him a run for his money, and she may even be more liberal than Gavin Newsom is. We are in a situation here in Florida, as Republicans, you need somebody that is going to be in there and fight for you. And Nikki Haley, anytime the going gets tough, anytime people come down, she caves. When you need someone standing and fight for you, don't look for Nikki Haley. You won't be able to find her if you had a search warrant.
They are really going after each other.
They are, but we got to get to somebody.
I think I dealt with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea every day. No one ever said I caved. I defended America, and I fought for America. But I'll also say this. This is not a time where you have to have pettiness. I wish Donald Trump was up here on this stage. He's the one that I'm running against. He's the one that I wish would be here. He needs to be defending his record.
He'd annihilate
right now,
you.
He's not defending the fact that he allowed us to have $8 trillion in debt over 4 years that our kids are never going to forgive us for. The fact that he didn't deal with China when it came to stealing intellectual property. The fact that they gave us COVID. The fact that they've gone and continued to put up Chinese police stations and continue to threaten our military. He didn't do enough to make sure that we were really standing with our friends and doing some other things. What we need is a leader that's not looking at 4 years and 8 years. We need a president that's looking at 20 and 30 years. Because I want my kids to have a good future. I want them to have one without debt, one where they can read, one with secure borders, one where we have law and order, and one where America is strong.
Well,
Thank you.
With all due respect, for her to single out Donald Trump on China, and look, I think he could have been tougher on him 100%. When Nikki Haley was governor of South Carolina, she was the #1 governor in America for Republicans of bringing China into her state. She wrote a love letter to the ambassador saying that they were a great friend. She's on video saying China's a friend. She had a Chinese business 5 miles from a military base. There's a video of her on the website right in front of a Chinese flag saying that she works for them now. So that was her #1 achievement as governor, was bringing China into the state of South Carolina. So you say you're going to look 10, 20, 30 years down the road? Why wasn't she doing that then when people were raising the red flags about it? In Florida, I banned China from buying land in our state, and we kicked them out of our university. That's what you need to be doing.
We're going to talk about China in a little bit. I want to talk about the economy, which, according to a recent Des Moines Register poll, shows that the economy is the top issue for caucus goers here. So, Governor Haley, the rate of inflation is down. Prices, though, are still high, and Americans are struggling to afford food, cars, and housing. What is the single most important policy that you would implement as president to make the essentials in Americans'
I hate that line
lives
about the rate of
more
inflation
important?
is down.
I think we have to
hate that
acknowledge
line.
that Republicans and Democrats
First
have both
non-Trump
done
question,
this.
by the way.
I mean, the fact that they've
Trump
done
wasn't
all of this
mentioned.
wasteful spending. They did a $2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill that expanded welfare, that's now left us with 80 million Americans on Medicaid, 42 million Americans on food stamps. That's a third of our country. What I will do is I think it's time we have an accountant in the White House. We have to have someone that respects taxpayer dollars. And we'll start by clawing back $100 billion of unspent COVID dollars that are still out there. We'll go in, instead of 87,000 IRS agents going after middle America, we'll go after the hundreds of billions of dollars of COVID fraud, $1 out of every $7. If 8% of our budget is interest, quit borrowing, cut up the credit cards. I had to balance a budget as governor. You have to balance a budget every day. Why is Congress the only group that refuses to balance a budget? We'll stop the spending, we'll stop the borrowing, we'll eliminate the pet projects and the earmarks, and I'll veto any spending bill that doesn't take us back to pre-COVID levels. And then we want to make sure that we allow the middle class to breathe. We're going to eliminate the federal gas and diesel tax in this country and cut taxes on the middle class and simplify those brackets. And then we want to make the small business tax cuts permanent. They made corporate tax cuts permanent, but they made small business tax cuts temporary. Small businesses are the heartbeat of America. We need to prove it by making those tax cuts permanent.
That was fantastic.
Governor DeSantis, what's your response? How would you make those essentials more affordable for Americans?
Well, I disagree with Ambassador Haley. We don't need an accountant in the White House. We need a leader in the White House, and that's what I would bring. I've spoken with Iowans, visiting all 99 counties, and also folks all across this country. The American dream is slipping away. People are working hard. They're getting the most out of their God-given ability. They're doing everything right, and they're falling further and further behind. Trying to afford a new home today, your monthly mortgage payment would probably be twice as much as what it would have been if you were starting out 5 years ago. We have to make the economy work for those folks. Yes, I'm going to battle the spending. In Florida, you look, we have the national debt clock going up to $34 trillion. I see it. If you did a debt clock for the state of Florida, it would be counting down because we've paid down 25% of our state debt just since I've been governor. We're going to open up all energy for production because that will be deflationary. Yes. Nikki Haley, when she was governor, she promised she would never do the gas tax. Then she tried to raise the gas tax on hardworking South Carolinians. Here's the thing. We need to fly a flag of bold colors, carrying the banner of putting the American people first, not the pale pastels of the warmed-over corporatism of people like Nikki Haley.
Governor Haley, I want to bring you in, but because Governor DeSantis mentioned the gas tax, you do want to eliminate the federal gas tax. And that tax generated approximately $40 billion in 2022 and helps pay for road construction and repair. So how would you fix America's roads and bridges if you take that money away?
Well, first of all, bless his heart, DeSantisLies.com. We have never raised a tax. I've never raised a tax at all. I can tell you right,
Governor DeSantis, she has the floor.
So I can tell you that we killed the gas tax multiple times. But what we said is if you want to raise the gas tax, you have to reduce the income tax by 5 times that amount. They didn't want to do it. We've killed taxes every step of the way. But if he's going to talk about his economy, I think what we should say is why does Florida have the highest property insurance in the country? Why is it that it is named the American hotspot for inflation? Why is it that his state is now known to have the highest cost of living increases? And why is it that they're saying senior citizens can no longer afford to live in Florida? So that's the first thing I'll say. We don't need him doing that to our country. When it comes to the gas tax, when we eliminate that federal tax, the money is collected in the states and they send it to the feds. The feds attach a lot of strings to it and send it back. 75% comes from the state, 25% comes from the federal government. What they do when they add those strings is they pay for a lot of things that aren't roads, green spaces, sidewalks, all of those things, but they attach strings. I want that money to stay in the states. I want the states to be able to decide how to spend it. I don't want Washington bureaucrats deciding what we need for scenery and green space and all those other things. I want every state, including the state of Iowa, to make the decisions on how they spend their road spending instead of the federal government.
Governor DeSantis, your response?
Well, she kind of admitted that she did try to raise the gas tax, and she's on video saying this. I know she'll say it. She never said it, but she is.
You snipped it.
She did.
You took a little piece of that. That is not true.
She also raised taxes. She raised taxes when she was in South Carolina. That's on the record. And she even proposed a tax on groceries at one point. But I'm just thinking, have you seen your grocery bill lately? That's one of the things that's hitting working people the most, that groceries are going up probably twice as much what you do. But I also think it's important that we lift people up. So in Florida, we eliminated all sales tax on every baby item. Diapers, wipes, strollers, cribs. We want families to be able to prosper in this country. One of the things that's causing so much problem is the breakdown in the American family. We've done a lot in Florida to be able to rejuvenate that, but we need to make it easier for people to raise children in this country so that we can have strong families in a strong country.
Governor DeSantis, at a CNN town hall last week, you said you support a flat tax, which is a single income tax rate for every American. Yep. Under your plan, would working families pay the same tax rate as billionaires?
I would only do it if people are better off than they are now. I mean, I want people paying less taxes. Actually, if you think the last year we have numbers for, the federal government took in the highest percentage of taxes from the economy since World War II, and yet they're going deep into debt. We have a spending problem in this country. It's not a tax problem in this country. And if you had something that was simple and transparent, not only would that be better for economic growth, it's also better to end the weaponization of government. The IRS has been weaponized against conservatives going back to the Obama administration. I was there for that. No one's been held accountable for doing that. You look at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Justice. The weaponization of federal power ends the day I become the president of the United States. There's going to be a new sheriff in town. We're going to restore the constitutional accountability that our founding fathers envisioned when they formatted the Constitution. And, I've talked to folks who have overbearing federal agencies. I mean, you have farmers who have the EPA coming on their farmland because there's maybe a puddle there, waters of the United States. Give me a break. So we're going to reduce the size of government, but we're also going to reduce the scope of government. And in Florida, I've actually delivered on this. Florida has the lowest percentage of state government workers per capita in the country, and the cost of our state government employees is the lowest in the country. No wonder why we're paying down debt while we're cutting taxes for people.
Brilliant
That's the
answer.
way you do it.
Governor DeSantis, 15-second point of clarification. The question was whether or not working families would pay the same amount.
They would pay less than
billionaires.
what they're paying now. The way I view it is, okay, you'd exempt people, so you would pay no tax for working class people. It would only be as you get above, because I think the first 40, 50 grand, that's just to subsist. And even some places you can't even do that. So you would have no tax up to a certain point, and then it would just be a single rate. So if somebody makes $100,000, they pay a certain amount. If someone makes $200,000, they make twice as much, and they pay twice as much.
Governor Haley,
I mean, first of all, you just can't trust what he says. I mean, that's the biggest thing. We don't have a grocery tax in South Carolina, and I never once raised taxes, period. But what I will tell you is it is to call into question, why did he promise he'd never raise the debt limit, and he turned around and he raised it? And then you want to go and you see one side of what he says early on, and then he changes it. So here he goes and he says that he is all for energy independence. He wants to get the EPA out of the way. Well, why did he run on the fact that he wanted to ban fracking and ban offshore drilling? Why did he go and author that legislation to eliminate the renewable fuel standard that matters so much? And why now is he suddenly coming to Iowa and saying, oh, never mind, I don't mean all of that? Why did he call Trump and say that he wanted him to stop drilling 9 miles into federal waters? Why is he now saying this? Why do you come to the people of Iowa and say one thing when you campaigned and on day 2 of your office, you banned fracking, you banned offshore drilling.
There's your fracking,
you turned
Steve.
around and
He
authored
needs to answer
and led
this
the
question.
charge
He has
on
many times,
banning the
but-
renewable fuel
Governor.
standard.
Yeah.
You've got to stand up for those things that you
You've been
did.
beating that dead horse. That's been
Because
debunked
it's
multiple
true,
times.
Ron, it's
We're looking
true.
forward to be able to open up energy for production, and definitely here in the Midwest with biofuels. I'm the only one that checked all the boxes from the Iowa Renewable Fuel Standard, because I've actually visited all 99 counties. I've actually shown up to people's farms. I've sat and I've listened to people about what they're going through, how their economy is structured, and how it's important that we're producing energy here in the United States. I never want to go hat in hand like Biden has done to Venezuela or Saudi and begging for energy. We're going to be able to open up production. We're going to choose Midland over Moscow. We're going to choose the Marcellus Shale over the Mullahs, and we're going to choose the Bakken over Beijing. Energy independence it's good for consumers. It's good to reduce inflation. And it's one of the best things we can do for our national security. So we'll do that on day 1, and we are going to reverse Biden's Green New Deal and the electric vehicle mandates. Will save the American automobile.
Thank you, Governor. This has been one of the biggest years for illegal border crossings into the United States. Last month alone, 225,000 migrants illegally crossed the southern border. It's a record high, overwhelming the Border Patrol resources that are already stretched thin. Mayors across the country say their cities are being pushed to a breaking point. Governor DeSantis, former President Trump famously promised to build a wall on the southern border. He obviously did not get that done. You have promised to finish the job. How will you succeed where he failed?
We will build a wall. We will actually have Mexico pay for it in the way that I thought Donald Trump was. We're going to charge fees on remittances that workers send to foreign countries. Billions of dollars will build the wall. He also promised record deportations. Donald Trump deported fewer people than Barack Obama did when he was president. Biden's let in 8 million people just in 4 years. They all have to go back. We have to enforce the rule of law in this country. Think about what's happening to our country. Just
That's
this
a big
week,
statement he
we
just
saw
made
the
there.
news that a school in Brooklyn, New York, had the kids stay home. They were not able to go to school, told you can't go get an in-person education. Why? Because the city's commandeering the school to house illegal aliens in it. Talk about putting Americans last. You're putting these kids out of an education because you can't control the border. Biden has failed in this endeavor. He has not taken care that the laws of this country be faithfully executed. Do not trust Nikki Haley with illegal immigration. That's like having the fox guard the hen house. She's on tape at the Aspen Institute. She'll say she didn't say it. She was chastising conservatives, saying it's disrespectful to illegal aliens to say that they're criminals. They're violating the law. It's disrespectful when people come to this country illegally and impose burdens on our communities and run drugs into this country. That's what's disrespectful. She's weak on immigration. She's bankrolled by people who want open borders, and she said there shouldn't be a limit on immigration. You should work with corporate CEOs.
Thanks, Governor.
That is pale pastels. That
Governor,
is warmed
thank
over
you so much. So,
corporatism.
Governor Haley, Governor DeSantis and also Donald Trump are attacking you for that comment in 2015 in which you said undocumented immigrants should not be called, quote, criminals. At the time, the full context is you said, quote, we don't need to talk about them as criminals. They're not. They're families that want a better life and they're desperate to get here, unquote. Do you still feel that way?
I saw them. When I was at the United Nations, I saw them. That doesn't mean we should let them into our country. I mean, first of all, I will tell you that when I was governor of South Carolina, we passed the toughest illegal immigration law in the country. Obama sued us over it, and we won. We fought Obama on illegal immigration. We fought Obama on migrant kids. We fought Obama on Syrian refugees. We fought Obama on Guantanamo Bay prisoners. I have always said we are a country of laws. The second we stop being a country of laws, we give up everything this country was founded on. But I will tell you, in passing that toughest illegal immigration law in the country, we passed E-Verify, which I want to take national, which is where businesses have to prove that the people they hire are in this country legally. I passed it within 6 months of being governor. Ron didn't pass it for 5 years. He only waited to pass it when he decided to run for president. What we need to do is not just ban a wall. We need to put 25,000 Border Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. We need to defund sanctuary cities once and for all. No more safe havens for illegal immigrants. We need to make sure we go back to the Remain in Mexico policy so that no one even steps foot on U.S. soil. And instead of catch and release, we need to go to catch and deport. That's the only way we'll stop the incentives of these illegal immigrants coming across. Biden turned around and gave 500,000 Venezuelans temporary protective status. That's 500,000 driver's licenses, 500,000 social security numbers. All that does is incentivize them to pick up the phone, call their family members, and tell them to come on
Governor
ahead.
DeSantis. She did bring, when she was governor, she did bring Syrian refugees, and she got criticized for that.
That is not
she
true.
also, in her comment,
Hold on one second, Governor.
That is not true.
We'll give you your turn in a second.
She
Governor
did.
DeSantis.
It's noted. So
Unbelievable.
The disrespect comment, she's talking about that they're all families. If you look right now at the border, these are military-age males, many of them, and they're coming from all across this world, not just from Central America. In fact, you've got them from China, Iran, Russia, the Middle East. When I was down there a couple years ago, because I've sent people down there, you had people from Libya and Haiti. This is a ticking time bomb for this country. There are, of course, going to be terrorist cells that have come in. It's like the lowest cost way to be able to harm this country. Just send people across the southern border. Nikki Haley also opposed the border wall in 2016. She said that she ridiculed it when Donald Trump was president. I'm telling you, you need a wall. You can't trust politicians to do this. If the wall's there, it's a physical fact of life, and it's a huge step to restoring this country's sovereignty.
Governor Haley.
Go to DeSantisLies.com.
Oh my God.
I said you can't just build a wall. You have to do more than build a wall. It was having the wall and everything else. You can't trust what Ron's saying. But this is a bigger issue. This is more than him just constantly being desperate and throwing things on me. This is the fact that we have to realize my parents came here legally. They came the right way 50 years ago. They put in the time, they put in the price. They are offended by what's happening on the border. And my mom would always say, if they don't follow the laws to come into this country, they won't follow the laws when they are in this country. And we have to start treating this like it is. This is putting harm on our schools, on our hospitals. Taxpayers are paying for it. You see these mayors are now upset about it. The only reason Eric Adams is now upset, why? He shouldn't be a sanctuary city then. That's why we have to defund sanctuary cities. Now Governor Abbott finally did to them what's been happening to Texas for so long. We've got to put an end to this. It's dangerous, and it doesn't even count the fentanyl that's
Governor
coming
DeSantis. There are more than 10 million undocumented immigrants already living in the United States, according to Pew Research. Will any of them be allowed to stay in the United States under your administration?
The number of people that will be amnestied when I'm president is 0. We cannot do an amnesty in this country. First of all, it's going to do is cause more people to want to come illegally. So you got to enforce the law. It's got to be consistent. People got to know it's there. You also have to remove benefits for people who are here illegally. You know, California, you can go illegal alien and you get free health insurance coverage.
That's right.
You're here illegally
Nice
and they're
job,
doing
Gavin
that.
Newsom.
We should not let states provide these benefits. You know, in Florida, obviously, we don't do that. We don't allow the driver's license and all that. But some states do, and it creates a magnet for people coming in. So federally,
give
no
them free
benefits,
stuff, they'll show
no
up.
enticements to come in. And then the states, we're going to crack down on sanctuary states and sanctuary cities. And I showed the hypocrisy of all this back in 2022, because we have a program to transport illegal aliens to sanctuary jurisdictions. And one of the places we sent 50 to, beautiful, liberal Martha's Vineyard.
That was
you know
great.
what? These are folks that were on their high horse, saying how they were a sanctuary jurisdiction, saying nobody's illegal, all refugees are welcome. That's what they had in their town. The minute even 50 came up, they called a state of emergency and deported them off the island the next day. How do you think Texas feels? How do you think all these other communities feel that are being overwhelmed? So we cannot have liberal elites in this country imposing policies on the rest of us that they are not willing to deal with the consequences of themselves.
Governor Haley,
he's gotten better he's getting better at each debate.
Will any of the more than 10 million undocumented immigrants in the U.S. be allowed to stay in the country under your administration?
You have to deport them. And the reason you have to deport them is they're cutting the line. You've got people who have done this and tried to go through the right way. You can't have them go and jump the line and suddenly do that. And that is actually what will get them to stop coming, is when they do realize they get to the wall and they have to turn around and go back. It's a dangerous process of what happens for them to try and migrate here. But when I was at the United Nations and we had this, which is another reason why we need to have Trump here defending himself and talking about what he would do going in the future, because it's a problem. I was on the ground in Honduras and Guatemala. And what we saw is a lot of the reason why they were coming from there is because of gangs and drugs. And so what we did was we had our military go and train them on how to deal with gangs. We went and put drug boats on the water to keep the drugs from coming. But we said, you have to have them processed from here. You can't have them come. We were able to stop that flow. We've got to go back to do that. But we need to end it once and for all. Donald Trump didn't do that. That's why he needs to be here debating on the stage right now.
Governor, thank you. Let's turn to foreign policy. You have expressed different visions for how the U.S. should approach the international conflicts. And I want to start with Ukraine. It's been nearly 2 years since Russia invaded Ukraine, and there is still no end in sight to that war. Governor Haley, you say that this is a, quote, war about freedom that Ukraine must win. Governor DeSantis says, quote, we need to bring this war to an end. Do you believe he shares your commitment to a Ukrainian victory?
Nobody knows what he believes, because when President Obama was in office, he supported foreign aid to Ukraine. Now he's copying Trump and trying to act like he doesn't want to support Ukraine. But let me tell you why Ukraine should matter. First of all, I don't think we should give cash to any country, friend or foe, because you can't follow it, you can't hold it accountable. I don't think we need to put troops on the ground, and Ukrainians want to win this themselves. But dictators always do what they say they're going to do. China said they were going to take Hong Kong. They did. Russia said they were going to invade Ukraine. We watched it. China says Taiwan is next. We better believe them. Russia said once they take Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next. Those are NATO countries, and that puts America at war. This is about preventing war. It's always been about preventing war. If we support Ukraine, that's only 3.5% of our defense budget. Biden and no one else is telling the American people the truth about that.
Nikki, though.
The Europeans have put in more than that, and they should. It's their neighborhood.
Yes.
But this is a pro-American, freedom-loving country, and we better remember that you have to be a friend to get a friend. And we needed a lot of friends September 12th. We've got to make sure that we're having the backs of the right friends, because if Russia wins, China wins. There's a reason the Taiwanese want us to help the Ukrainians. And that's because they know if Ukraine wins, China won't invade Taiwan.
Now, she's really
this
good
is
at
about
this.
preventing war.
Yeah.
Governor DeSantis.
I supported Trump's
Well, she's got that
policy,
overseas
vis-a-vis
experience.
Russia,
DeSantis
Ukraine, and it was
doesn't.
successful. The Biden policy has not been, but Nikki Haley is basically a carbon copy of what Biden is. It's an open-ended commitment. They want another $108 billion. They will not tell you when they have achieved their goal, and this is going to go on maybe hundreds of billions more into the future. I think a lot of people have died. We need to find a way to end this because our priorities for national security, of course, the border, which we talked about, and people like Nikki Haley care more about Ukraine's border than she does about our own southern border, which is wrong.
He looks small
but we also
when
have to
he's
look at what's the top threat to
continually
this country.
attacking her.
It's the
she's doing
Chinese
it to him,
Communist
too.
Party. We are not doing what we need to do to have adequate hard power in the Indo-Pacific. And here's the thing. We don't have enough resources being $35 trillion in debt to continue doing hundreds of billions of dollars. We got to focus on our issues here at home, and we've got to deal with the top threat that we face, which is China.
And then I wonder why you raised the debt when you were in Congress, because we're all paying for that. What I will tell you is this is the lie they're telling the American people over and over again. It is so wrong to say this. They're saying you have to choose between Ukraine or Israel and securing the border. Supporting Ukraine is 3.5% of our budget. I don't want cash going. It's equipment
3.5% of our budget
and it's
is
ammunition.
billions,
If we
hundreds
support
of billions.
Ukraine and Israel, that's only 5% of our defense
More
budget.
hundreds of
So
billions.
you're going to borrow that?
If we support Ukraine, Israel, and secure the border, that's less than 20% of Biden's green subsidies. You do not have to choose when it comes to national security. This is about keeping Americans safe. This is about preventing war. This is about keeping our military men and women from having to fight a war. And you only do that when you focus on national security, not telling lies to the American people that they have to choose. That is wrong. That's never been the case.
So here's the problem with what she's saying. She doesn't articulate how this comes to an end, except she was asked after the last debate
we should have that
by, I believe,
conversation.
Megyn Kelly, and she said, you bring it to an end by bringing Ukraine into NATO. But of course, we're a NATO country, so if you bring Ukraine into NATO, that puts the United States at war. Megyn said that to her, and then she basically gave a word salad as to how you go from there. So they have sent cash. She supports this $106 billion that they're trying to get through Congress. Where's some of that money going? They've done tens of billions of dollars to pay salaries for Ukrainian government bureaucrats. They've paid pensions for Ukrainian retirees with your tax dollars. We've got homeless veterans. We have all these problems. This is the UN way of thinking, that we're somehow globalists and we have unlimited resources to do.
Yes.
You know, I think here's the problem. You can take the ambassador out of the United Nations, but you can't take the United Nations out of the ambassador.
Look at Ron with a one-liner. Yeah.
First of all, I have never said that we should give salaries or benefits or anything else to Ukrainians. I have said it again, Ron, so stop lying. DeSantisLies.com.
Governor DeSantis, she has the floor.
So you go, I did not support the aid package. I support equipment and ammunition going to Ukraine. I think it is incredibly important that we're honest and say we have to focus on national security. Don't go and lie to the American people to make them think we can't do this. You turn around and raise the debt limit. You're the one that's talked about, look at what you did to Florida. But think about the fact that he's talking about where's this money going to come from. The best way to tell about a candidate is to see how they've run their campaign. He has blown through $150 million. I don't even know how you do that. Through his campaign, he has nothing to show for it. He spent more money on private planes than he has on commercials trying to get Iowans to vote for him. If you can't manage a campaign, how are you going to manage a country? Which is exactly what.
Well, listen, I'm proud that in the state of Florida, we're ranked number one for economy of all 50 states by CNBC, number one for education.
Cost of living.
She was ranked number 50 in education when she was governor of California.
And of course,
now she is crossing the line.
She didn't deliver big tax cuts. We're also number one for net in-migration, number one for GDP growth amongst large states, number one for talent development, number one for new business formations, and on it goes. So the success we've had in Florida, I can cite the statistics. It's important. But just look how people are voting with their feet. They're leaving California. They're leaving Illinois, New York, all these states, and they're coming to Florida in record numbers because we're doing it right. And not only have I cut taxes big time, where she didn't, and Governor of South Carolina, we've paid down 25% of our state's debt.
That's
impressive. How you manage the third largest state in this country. Just imagine if we could do that for the United States of America.
So thank you. Let's stay on foreign policy. I want to turn to the Israel-Hamas war. You both have said that you unequivocally support Israel. You both have called for the complete elimination of Hamas. Governor DeSantis, there are real disagreements within Israel about how to handle what happens in Gaza after the war against Hamas is over. Some Israeli cabinet officials are pushing for the mass removal of Palestinians from Gaza. Governor Haley told CNN last week she does not support that. Do you?
So we got to support Israel in word and in deed, in public and in private. And they need to be able to finish the job. Joe Biden is kneecapping him. He'll say one thing, then he goes, and his base doesn't like Israel, so he's got to do all these other things. This is a time to recognize that they suffered the most deaths of Jews, murder of Jews, since the Holocaust. Hamas wants a second Holocaust. They want to annihilate the state of Israel. So I think to be a good ally, you back them in the decisions that they're making with respect to Gaza. Look, there's a lot of pluses and minuses with how you're doing this. But for us to be sitting in Washington, second-guessing them, I don't think that's the right way. We also have a disagreement, Governor Haley and I. When she was at the UN, she supported the idea of a two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinian Arabs. The problem with that is the Palestinian Arabs don't recognize Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state. So doing a two-state solution doesn't create something that's going to lead to a lasting peace. It creates a stepping stone for Israel's destruction. So under no circumstances, as president, am I going to pressure Israel to risk their security to do a so-called two-state solution. She was wrong when she embraced that, and we're right to say we trust Israel to make these decisions. They're a good ally of ours. We should trust their judgment on these sensitive issues.
Governor DeSantis, 15 seconds. 15-second clarification. Do you support the mass removal of Palestinians from Gaza?
So as president, I am not going to tell them to do that. I think there's a lot of issues with that. But if they make the calculation that to avert a second Holocaust, they need to do that. I think some of these Palestinian Arabs, Saudi Arabia should take some. Egypt should take some. They've never been willing to accept any of these folks in their own neighborhood.
Thank you, Governor Haley.
Well, first of all, we need to understand the reason we need to support Israel is Israel's a bright spot in a tough neighborhood. They are the tip of the spear when it comes to defeating terrorism. It has never been that Israel needs America. It has always been that America needs Israel. When I was at the United Nations, I fought every day for Israel. And if you would have listened to what I said at the United Nations, a two-state solution wasn't something that was possible because Israel would always come to the table and the Palestinians wouldn't. But right now, we have to make sure that Israel has the support that it needs. There should be three things. Give Israel whatever it wants to get the job done. Two, eliminate Hamas once and for all. And three, do whatever it takes to bring the hostages home. But it's really rich that Ron is going to act like he suddenly cares for Israel when he brought the person to Iowa that's the most anti-Israel Republican in the state, the person that went and voted against Israel's right to exist in Congress, the person that voted with the squad against anti-Semitism on college campuses.
Thank you, Governor.
And you brought that person to Iowa to go and campaign with you. If that's your friends,
Governor
I'd hate
DeSantis,
to see who
she's
the rest
obviously
of your
referring to
friends are.
Congressman Tom Massey from Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, that's just cheap garbage. But here's the thing: when the attacks happened against Israel, I knew it was going to be a big deal for Florida. We have one of the largest Israeli American populations in the country, and we've been a haven for Orthodox Jews in particular since I've been governor. And you know what? Biden wasn't helping Americans get out of the war zone. These are people that were stranded. So I did an executive order. We scrambled planes, and we rescued over 700 Americans from Israel and brought them back safely to the state of Florida. You got to step up and you got to lead when things like this are happening. We also have gone after the anti-Semitism on our campuses. We did that early in my administration. You didn't see our college presidents doing some of the things that you've seen. I just announced in the State of the State address yesterday or 2 days ago that we are going to say, and not just for Jewish students, anyone who's having religious being persecuted or being marginalized because of their faith in any college around the country, we're going to waive the transfer requirement so that people can come to Florida and be safe. What they are doing to these Jewish students has been reprehensible, and we're not going to let it happen.
So there are... I'm coming to you. There are growing fears of this war escalating into a broader regional conflict. And Governor Haley, just yesterday, the U.S. Navy shot down 21 missiles and drones fired by Iranian-backed militants in the Red Sea. Iranian-backed militants are now also attacking U.S. and Western interests in Syria and Iraq. Your fellow South Carolinian Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is calling for the U.S. to conduct retaliatory strikes inside Iran. Would you order strikes inside Iran?
Well, first of all, notice Ron didn't say anything about the fact that he did bring that most anti-Israel Republican
you're right,
into
Jay.
the
She's
state,
going after him as
to
much.
campaign.
She
He also
hasn't
told you that the only Republican Jewish state legislator
that's all she's got.
left his campaign because he wasn't dealing with the neo-Nazi marches and wasn't dealing with anti-Semitism properly. When it comes to Iran, what we have to understand, there would be no Hamas without Iran. There would not be Houthis without Iran. There wouldn't be Hezbollah without Iran. And when you look at the strikes that are happening in Iraq and Syria, that is because of Iran. They're pulling the puppet strings. What we need to do is the idea that we've had over 130 strikes on our men and women in Iraq and Syria is unconscionable. We're supposed to have their backs. And Biden has been slow. He's been hiding in a corner and he hasn't dealt with it. We need to go and take out every bit of the production that they have that's allowing them to do those strikes. It's hugely important that we do that. And you can't do that if you have a Secretary of Defense that is in ICU and the president doesn't even know about it. What bothers me is how does Biden not talk to his Secretary of Defense every single day, knowing that we have a war in Europe, a war in the Middle East, that we have our American military with strikes going on them. We've got brain injuries. My husband is deployed right now. As a military spouse, the idea that the Secretary of Defense would not even be in contact with the president, much less in contact with his staff, is unforgivable.
Governor DeSantis.
After the attacks against Israel, anyone with half a brain knows Iran is behind this. They fund Hamas. They fund Hezbollah. We did a special session of the legislature down in Florida. We expanded sanctions against Iran. If we were our own country, we'd be the 14th largest economy in the world. The root of this is Biden came into office and he relaxed the sanctions on Iran. They've had massive amounts of money flooding into their country, just like under the Obama administration. They take that money and they use it to fund jihad around the world. I'm the only one running for president that served in the armed forces. I deployed to Iraq back in 2007, 2008. So I understand what our military goes through. I would never put our troops in harm's way like Biden is doing in the Middle East without defending them with everything they got. If you harm a hair on the head of one of our service members, you are going to have hell to pay. He's leaving them out to dry, and I think it's disgraceful for a commander-in-chief to do that.
Thank you, Governor. The CNN Republican presidential debate live from Des Moines, Iowa. We'll be right back after this. Go to CNN.com for real-time debate analysis. Stay with us.
All right, you're listening to, what is this, the final Republican primary debate for the Iowa caucuses. All right, boys.
5 days from now.
Jay Thomas, that would be myself, along with Steve Hallstrom, Scott Henning. You're going to go hit the audience, and man, the chat room is going absolutely crazy. I will say this. I did have to block a couple people. I've been keeping an eye on it because there's some real nasty stuff that, look, you get in that chat room, your opinions are more than welcome. I don't care what side of the aisle you're from. You want to rip the candidates, that's fine. You want to rip that's fine. But you know, when you start taking personal, just downright nasty, vulgar stuff, you're out. So,
keep it civil, folks.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can go back and forth, but yeah, you're right, Steve. Keep it civil. All right, where are you at, buddy? How's DeSantis doing
right
for
here.
you?
I'm out here amongst the folks that are joining us for the watch party tonight. Nikki Haley versus Ron DeSantis. Who's winning this?
I think Ron DeSantis is doing real well.
What do you like about what he's doing?
He's finally holding his own ground.
He's in there to fight.
He is. I think someone's finally helped him.
All right. What do you think?
I definitely think DeSantis has stepped up now, and he's really starting to make some points. And I don't know how many times I have to hear the advertisement for RonDeSantisLies.com. It's getting a little old.
It's kind of getting old now.
That means she's doing it right.
What do you think?
Ron, like we were discussing the lies.com, we should start taking tallies. And
take a drink.
Yeah, we got to be over a dozen by now.
That's the drinking game.
What do you think?
I wish more Republicans would follow Ronald Reagan's 11th commandment, thou shalt not speak ill of your fellow Republicans. There's plenty to say about Joe Biden without them attacking each other.
These two are this is a grudge match, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it is. You're absolutely right. There's no doubt about that. It's kind of a tough one to watch in that regard. What do you think?
I think DeSantis is taking it. I think he's. I think she's going after him. He's going after her. But I think he's seems a little less vindictive about it. I don't know. She seems kind of smug.
She does seem a little smug tonight. Anybody think Nikki Haley's winning this? Show of hands. No, not doing it. What do you think?
Nobody.
I think Nikki Haley is spending way too much time on calling DeSantis a liar, going over her websites and this and that, and she just keeps going back to it. She's not bringing up anything new that's good for Iowa and good for the American people.
Are you getting what you wanted out of this debate so far?
So far, yes. I like Ron DeSantis' answers. I like that he's got some fire tonight. I'm getting a little annoyed with Nikki Haley and her eye rolls and her head bobs, and just she's being very sarcastic, and I'm thinking, what would that say to a world leader like Xi Jinping or the guy from Korea? They would just not be impressed with her.
I noticed one eye roll when Ron DeSantis said that he's the only candidate that's actually served overseas. Not a good look there with that eye roll. So I agree with you on that point. Interesting take. We got a little more than an hour to go, so keep watching, folks. Jay, Steve, back to you.
Thanks, Scott. 8:50 right now, Central Standard Time. We got about hour, 10 minutes left in the debate, and the debate will be back here. And again, hey, if you're watching us on our YouTube channel, and of course you are, make sure you subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that bell. That way you get notifications anytime we put something up. After the debate's over, we're going to do like we did last month. We're going to hang out here and take calls from across America, and hopefully you'll call in. I've got a list of questions that I've got for you watchers and listeners out there, and also we'll just let you make comments, your thoughts on the debate. That's all coming up. Again, you can listen to us three. We all have radio shows. As I kill a little time here and give selfless promotion to us all. We're waiting for the debate to come back. Scott Hedden is here. He's host of the very popular, one of the most listened to, if not the most listened to talk show in the upper Midwest. It's called What's on Your Mind. You can catch it from 8:30 to 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. And you can listen to it at am1100theflag.com, or you can get on your smart speaker and just ask your speaker, hey, play AM 1100 The Flag. Steve Hallstrom's with me as well. He also has a show on AM 1100 The Flag. It's the Steve Hallstrom Show, 4 to 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And myself, I'm on 970 WDAY from 2 to 5 Central Standard Time at WDAYradionow.com. Back to the debate.
Of government. And should it use its power to go after businesses and private entities that take actions that don't align with conservative values? Governor DeSantis, you used your powers in Florida to take on Disney after the company criticized an education bill that you signed into law. How does that square with the traditional conservative view that small, limited government is best?
The proper role of government, if it means anything, it's to protect our kids.
Yes.
And I've stood for the innocence of our kids.
Nice. Go, Ron.
Great line.
It is wrong to sexualize the curriculum. It's wrong. And look, my wife and I, we've got a first grader, a kindergartner, and a preschooler. This is something that's important to us personally. It's wrong to tell a kindergartner, like Disney wanted to do, that you can change your gender, or tell a third grader that you're born in the wrong body. So I stood up against, the media didn't like it, the left didn't like it, and Disney didn't like it, and they're the 800-pound gorilla in the state of Florida. Most corporate Republicans would have caved. I stood and I fought for the kids. We took on Disney, and we defeated that, and we won that fight, and our kids are better off. Now, Nikki Haley sided with Disney. She invited them to South Carolina, even though they were involved in transing kids. That is not what we need to do. But I think that's similar. She is representative of this corporatist element of the party. For example, she supported $900 million in subsidies to Boeing when she was in South Carolina. And then when she got out of office, she took a seat on their board, and she made millions of dollars. Then she gave speeches, paid speeches to a lot of Wall Street interests, didn't publish what she said. We don't know what she promised them. And she made millions of dollars doing that. Now they're the ones that are funding her campaign. So we need to stand up for the people and not bow down to woke corporations. And we know Nikki Haley will cave to the woke mob every single time.
Governor Haley, a response?
Government was intended to secure the rights and freedoms of the people. It was never meant to be all things to all people. And what we don't need is government politicizing anything. The first thing I'll say is, again, DeSantisLies.com, because I have never said anything related to the transgender stuff he says. I have always fought to protect kids. I've always said that boys need to go into boys' bathrooms, girls need to go into girls' bathrooms, that we shouldn't have any gender transitions before the age of 18. Just like we don't have tattoos before the age of 18, we shouldn't have gender transformation or puberty blockers. But I will tell you that it's really interesting that Ron talks about Disney, because Disney has been woke for a long time. They were against the immigration situation that Trump was doing. They were against the Paris Climate Agreement when I did it. They were against the pro-life bill in Georgia. Ron didn't have any problem with that. As a matter of fact, he gave them the largest corporate subsidies in Florida history. He had a tech exemptions that he didn't give any tech exemptions to anybody but Disney. Yet when they went and criticized him, he got thin-skinned and suddenly started to fight back. We don't need government fighting against our private industries. We are not woke in South Carolina. I will always invite businesses to come to South Carolina. But the one thing you don't do is government doesn't bully our businesses, and that can't happen. And Ron is determined anybody that offends him, he goes after them, and he'll use government.
She just said she's always fought to protect kids, but when she was governor of South Carolina, they had a bill to protect girls from men going into the bathroom. She killed it, and she's bragged about it for years that happened. She didn't stand up and fight the kids. She caved to the Chamber of Commerce and the corporation. She said she's against the surgeries for minors. That wasn't what she said this summer. She was asked about it. It's on video, and she said the law should stay out of it. I criticized her in the last debate. She took a lot of heat. So then she's flipped and said that there now should be the law involved. She said she supports a federal law. I'm glad she's come to the right thing. But here's the deal. It goes back to that young kid in the town hall that she had, where he said, Nikki Haley, you are the new John Kerry. You're for it before you are against it.
It's a shame that we had to put up DeSantisLies.com.
Oh my
honestly,
gosh.
if he would spend as much time trying to prove why he thinks he would be a good president, he would be doing a lot better in the polls. The reason that he spent and blown through $150 million and gone down in the polls is because he spent more time trying to lie about me than he is about telling the truth about himself.
So you didn't kill the bathroom bill.
I have never said that we should have any gender operations or surgeries. You're lying about
Governor Haley has the floor.
When it comes to the bathroom bill, I will say, first of all, that was 10 years ago. We had a handful of kids that may have had that issue. And what I made very clear at that time in the state is girls go into girls' bathrooms, boys go into boys' bathrooms. And if there are any other exceptions, they use a private bathroom. I have fought for women's sports and making sure that biological boys are not women's sports, and I'll continue to do that. I have always said we have to raise strong girls. Strong girls become strong women become strong leaders. None of that happens if we have biological boys.
Governor Haley, according to the U.S. Department of Education, in 2017, the year you left office, South Carolina schools ranked in the bottom 10 nationwide in both reading and math scores. Given that, why should voters concerned about K-12 education support you rather than other Republicans?
Because I think what we did was we knew that there was an issue. We knew in South Carolina if a child couldn't read by third grade, they were 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So what we did is we started holding kids back instead of pushing them forward. We brought in their parents. We did reading remediation, and we set them up for success. We've got to do that all over our country. We only have 31% of 8th graders in our country are proficient in reading. 27% of 8th graders are proficient in math. If we don't do something, we're going to be in a world of hurt 10 years from now. That's why I want to take as many federal programs from D.C. as we can and send them down to the state level. Think education. We can move a lot of K-12 programs down to the state level, reduce the strings that are attached, and that way states can handle it themselves. People in Iowa know best what types of education they need. Secondly, parents should decide what types of education their children get, what mode of education. And we should have complete transparency in the classroom. No parent should ever wonder what's being said or taught to their child in the classroom. That's why we'll have all of the curriculums online for every parent to see. And we need to start putting vocational classes back in our high schools. Let's teach our kids how to do things. We did that in South Carolina. We had apprenticeships. We taught our kids how to build the things we're making. When we start putting education back in the states and away from D.C., that's when we'll start to see that we're going back to the basics. We're doing what parents want, and we're doing what the industries in that state need.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. I'm coming to you right now. Governor DeSantis, you have supported limits on what subjects can be taught and how, including American history, in Florida schools. You have also made it easier to remove books from public school libraries. You say you want to, quote, make America Florida. Do you want to implement those Florida school policies nationwide?
I'll get to that in a sec. So Nikki Haley said she wants parents to decide on the education. She campaigned for governor saying she was going to do school choice, to be able to give private scholarships, particularly to low-income families. And she was governor and never did it. She caved to the teachers union. I delivered the biggest school choice expansion in the history of the United States. We beat the teachers union. We've even done paycheck protection so that so that teachers aren't forced to do dues, and now they're choosing other things. So we've done it right in Florida, and yet the results speak for themselves. Probably one of the top performing fourth grade reading and math in the country. And if you just took our charter school population, 365,000 kids, disproportionately low income, racial ethnic minorities, if they were their own state, they'd be in the top 5 in performance. Everyone can succeed, but you got to have a leader who's going to fight the teachers unions and is going to deliver school choice. Governor Kim Reynolds did that here in Iowa, who's endorsed me. Nikki Haley did not. She failed. And if she can't do it in the reddest state in the country of South Carolina, how are you going to be able to succeed in Washington, D.C.?
That's
now,
a fair
in terms
point.
of what we've done, we believe in empowering parents, and there's certain standards about what's age and developmentally appropriate. It's wrong to have pornographic materials in 4th or 5th grade. And you know what's happened? They'll go to school board meetings all around the country. They'll start reading it, and they say, oh, no, it's too graphic. You can't read it here.
Right.
You can't put it on the 6 o'clock news. Well, if it's not appropriate in a school board meeting, and you can't put it on the 6 o'clock news, why are you jamming it down the throats of a 4th grader?
So, Governor, just the point of clarification. Do you want to implement Florida's education policies nationwide?
It depends on the policy. School choice,
Yes.
universal, yes. I don't want a nationalized curriculum. I think that that's a bottom-up thing. I want to get rid of the Federal Department of Education, get that weight off the backs of the state and local governments. But we are going to do nationwide scholarships through the corporate tax credits, and that's going to bail out a lot of poor kids throughout this country.
Governor Haley?
Perfect answer.
You know,
Perfect answer.
I have fought for school choice in my entire career because I think parents know their children best, and I think we should always do that. That's why we passed charter school legislation in our state. That's why we empowered homeschoolers in our state. That's why we changed the funding formula so we lifted up challenged areas without bringing down the wealthy areas. We wanted school choice. I had a Republican legislature that wouldn't do it, but we pushed hard to get that done. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it across the country, but what we have to do is we have to make it state-centric. We've got to get these programs down to the state level. We've got to let the focus be on teachers. Teachers right now have to be the guidance counselors, the pastors, the nurses, and everything in between. And oh, by the way, they have to teach to a test. That's not what teachers want. Teachers want to do what they were taught to do. And that means math, science, reading, history, English, arts. That's it. Schools can't be all things to all kids. They need to let the parents parent. They need to let teachers teach. And we need to go back to the basics in education so we get our kids ready.
That was the problem, though. That word salad is the problem.
Governor DeSantis.
She says she's always supported school choice, and she failed to deliver. She blames other people. Leadership is about getting things done. Stop making excuses. Make it happen.
If leadership's about getting things done, how did you blow through $150 million in your
Again with that?
campaign and you were
that's
down
petty.
in the polls?
So here's
you
I
are
think
not
this
a manager.
is very
No,
instructive.
now I'm going to say.
I think it's very instructive about how Nikki Haley sees the world.
I think I have the floor.
She's destroyed herself tonight.
It's like that's as important as the kids and their education.
All right,
What
come
is
on,
more
get control.
important here? She's saying
Governor
somehow
DeSantis,
that's
it's
not
Governor
as important.
Haley's. It's Governor Haley's time. Go ahead.
I think I hit a nerve. What I will tell you is Look,
No, you're
if
irritating.
you can't manage a campaign, it's been a revolving door
Yeah,
of
she did,
political
though.
people in and out of
She
his
did.
campaign. You've heard of campaign people going to blows with each other because they can't all agree. $150 million, and he spent more on private planes than commercials. I flew commercial. I stayed in residence inns. We went and saved our money. We made sure we spent it right, because you have to understand it's not your money, it's other people's money, and you have to know how to handle it. If he can't handle the financial parts of a campaign, how's he going to handle the economy when it comes to the White House? And he goes and he has been demeaning me over and over again, telling lies, DeSantisLies.com, because he thinks it makes him look bigger. But in the one basic thing, you've campaigned for president in one state, you're invisible in New Hampshire, you're invisible in South Carolina, you're in 5th place, you've got $150 million, and you've gone down in the polls in Iowa. Why should we think you can manage or do anything in this country?
Thank you. Governor DeSantis.
This is a great window into leadership, because she focused on a lot of political process stuff, things that no voter cares about.
Yes.
And she couldn't tell you why she failed to deliver school choice to people in her state after she promised it. So she says somehow that is the indicative of, no, leadership is about producing results. We've produced the results in Florida. We did universal school choice. We've cut taxes. We banned sanctuary cities. On and on down the line, everything I promised I delivered. She doesn't have a rationale for why she couldn't get it done. That is poor leadership. You look at me, everything I promised I would do, I've delivered, and you can expect nothing less when I'm the president of the United States.
We're gonna move on now.
Yeah, he handled that well.
Go ahead.
So you want to talk about leadership, and he wants to go and demean and put down. Let me tell you what
It's a new
leadership
word
is.
now, demean.
Leadership
Well,
is the
she's
fact that I
doing it
went into
too. I
South
don't-
Carolina that had 11% unemployment rate. Leadership is the fact that we turned it into an economic powerhouse, building planes, building cars, building tires. We were named the Beast of the Southeast. We moved the 11% unemployment down to 4%. We announced jobs in every county in the state. We moved 35,000 people on welfare to work. We changed our prison system to where we now have the lowest recidivism rate in the country. We passed voter ID. We passed tort reform. We did pension reform. We paid down our debt. We cut taxes. We made sure that people were proud again. We did E-Verify in the first 6 months, not 5 years like Ron. So don't go and pick on school choice and say that that's leadership.
Okay.
When I got to the UN, we cut $1 billion off the top, and we took the
Yeah, you
kick me
did
sign
do
off of our
that.
backs, and America was respected again at the UN.
We're
I
moving
know
on.
what leadership
That's
is.
not your
We're
accomplishment,
moving on to a
though.
topic, governors, that both of you have made central to your campaigns, and that is China. Governor Haley, American farmers were hurt by former President Trump's trade war with China. As a result, his administration paid out $28 billion in subsidies to farmers. You have vowed to be even tougher than Donald Trump on China. If your trade policies also end up hurting
I don't know
America's
that her
farmers,
facts are right on
you
that.
prepared to cut a check just like he did?
Well, that's why Trump should be here on this debate stage. He should have to defend it. So first of all, I've said China is our #1 national security threat. I fought them every single day at the United Nations. I know what they're capable of. The first thing we have to do is we have to make sure we stop selling them any land and we take back the land they already purchased. We need to go to our universities and we say, you either take Chinese money or you take American money, but the days of taking both are over. We need to stop all of the technologies that are going to China. Biden approved 70% of them. Trump approved even more than that. We have to tell them we're going to end all normal trade relations with them until they stop murdering Americans with fentanyl. And we need to make sure we build up our military. But the biggest thing, I was very attached to China in terms of trade. And the one thing we'll do is we won't wait for the China to pull the rug out from under Iowans. What we'll do is instead we will move that trade to where we have friends. We will go and build partnerships. India, Japan, South Korea, Philippines, Australia, Israel. We will go and move that trade over. Right now, you can ask our farmers, when they go and they buy from China, China orders, cancels the order, then goes and tries to buy it cheap. That's what China does. Our farmers deserve better than that. We will get them trade deals. When I was governor in South Carolina, we sold and we exported everything we were making in South Carolina. When I'm president, we will sell and export everything that's being made in Iowa to those that are our friends, not our enemies.
Thank you. Governor DeSantis, your response?
The way you deal with China is threefold. One, we need more hard power in the Indo-Pacific. I'm a Navy guy. We need more sea power. We're going to build that up. and we're going to have a strategy to deny their ability to invade Taiwan or to get beyond the first island chain. On the current course, they're going to take advantage of Biden, and we're going to rue the day when that happens. Second, we got to decouple our economy, particularly things that are nationally significant to our national survival. And you got to be methodical, strategic about it. There's a lot of moving parts there, but we're going to do that. Nikki Haley's not going to be able to do that because a lot of her supporters make a lot of money in China. And so she's going to talk tough, but she'll cave on that. And then also with here in the United States, she's saying they shouldn't be buying land and be in the universities. When she was governor of South Carolina, the state gave China land. And they were in the universities. As governor in Florida, I banned China from buying land, and we kicked them out of our universities. That's what you want to do.
DeSantisLies.com. He has an economic development arm. You had an office in Hong Kong. On the website, it said that Florida is a great place to do for Chinese companies to do business. And then when we called you out on it, you had the website scrubbed. So we know that that's the case. What I will tell you is we need to focus on what we're going to do to become less dependent on China. And we need to make sure that we look at it through a national security lens. When we had COVID, everybody told you to wear a mask. It was made in China. They told you to take a COVID test. You turned it over. It was made in China. If you go down the drugstore aisle, all those medicines are made in China. We need to make sure we're getting medicines made here, or we need to get it from our friends so that we're not in any way threatened. But I'll tell you, Ron continues to sit there and talk about China. He has done expansions in China. His biggest donor that is backed by China gave them $340,000. So don't go and talk about donors and money. Go to DeSantisLies.com and we'll tell you all about it.
I know your record hurts. I know your record hurts in China.
My record doesn't hurt. Economic power.
You're talking the opposite of what you did. You made a big effort to bring them into the state. They had land near a military base. You were in front of the Chinese flag saying you work for them. You wrote a love letter to the ambassador. That's well documented. You were the #1 Republican governor in the country. And even people that on the media who are hostile to me, they
fairness,
look, they say
China
they can't find one
today is a
instance
different
of me as
threat
governor
than they were
recruiting
15,
a Chinese
20
company
years
because I haven't
ago.
done
So
it. It's
there's
not
something
part
to
of
be
that.
said there,
In
too.
the Enterprise Florida, we actually eliminated. So here's the thing, though.
Don't you
She's
think,
backed by
Scott?
companies like BlackRock. She's backed by major companies on Wall Street. They make a lot of money in China. There's a reason why you're in the mess you are in terms of trying to deal with the inflation and everything, because the elites in this country have sold out the middle of the country for China. She is part of that now, and she's not going to stand up for you.
Governor DeSantis, I want to ask about something that you mentioned you've been
too.
talking a lot about on the campaign trail, which is decoupling the U.S. economy with China's. China is a top supplier of goods to the United States. The U.S. sells more than $150 billion of goods to China every year. Is it really possible to sever economic ties without inflicting major pain on American business and American consumers?
Sure it is, and it's something that you got to be strategic, you got to be methodical about. You got to focus on the things that are of national significance. For example, I don't think it's a good idea that the pharmaceuticals come from there, things for our military weaponry, all these important things that if we got into a worldwide conflict, we're going to ask China, who may be on the other side of that, to continue doing that. So you got to be smart about it. You got to recognize that you're going to have to do some incentives here in this country, tax incentives, regulatory incentives. But I want to make things here again. You know, I look around the country, there's parts of Iowa that have been hollowed out, particularly in the eastern part. And I've talked to folks and seen what that did for the community. We were sold a bill of goods by a lot of elites in this country that somehow putting China in the WTO and granting a most favored nation status was going to lead to our manufacturing exporting a bunch of stuff there. Instead, they've gobbled up so much more manufacturing. I don't think you can be a first-rate power unless you have a very strong industrial base. So we're going to do that here. We're going to work on workforce education. You know, not everyone needs to do a 4-year brick and ivy university. That's not the best way or only way for people to succeed. We're going to do skilled trades. We're going to do vocational. We've done that in Florida. It's going to be a really, really big thing. But I just think the middle of the country has to have those good paying jobs. And we can't put the interests of some of the people on Wall Street over the interests of Americans on Main Street.
Let's move on to Social Security. Let's move on to Social Security. According to the Social Security Administration, Social Security will be unable to pay full benefits in a decade if no action is taken. Governor DeSantis, you have said that you're not going to, quote, mess with Social Security, unquote. Does that mean you have committed to never raising the retirement age and never cutting benefits?
So all seniors out there, promise has been made to you. You've paid into this. Every single paycheck that you've had your entire life, they've taken money out of. And that promise needs to be fulfilled. So that will happen when I'm president. Of course, I have a lot of seniors in Florida that depend on Social Security. I know many of them. And I think back to my own grandmother who was lived till 91. Social Security was her sole source of income. So promise made, promise kept. You know, on the retirement age, you know, it used to be people would say, well, life expectancy is going up. Shouldn't it mirror that? Well, the problem now in the last 5 years is life expectancy is going down. So I don't see how you can raise the retirement age when our life expectancy is collapsing in this country. That's a huge problem in and of itself.
Good point.
I'll work with both sides of the aisle. We'll work on something for the long-term strengthening, but I am not going to mess with seniors' benefits. In this high inflation environment, groceries are going through the roof. Rent is going through the roof, all these staples, and you get a cost of living adjustment, but that's not enough to cover the costs that have been increased. So seniors are really strapped, particularly those that are on fixed income, and they have to know that we're going to deliver when it comes to their Social Security check. Now, we're going to get inflation down. We're going to get energy costs down. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to help seniors, but I think seniors should know promise made will be a promise kept.
So just a point of clarification, 15 seconds. Removing current seniors from the equation, you're not saying that you're committing to never raising the retirement age or cutting benefits.
I would never raise the retirement age in the face of declining life expectancy. I mean, I think that would be really bad. I mean, just think about it. That hurts blue-collar folks. You get taxed your entire life. Life expectancy's down. You may not even be recouping very many benefits. And so life expectancy is declining.
Thank you, Governor.
That's a big
Governor
problem.
Haley?
3 years in a row, he voted to raise life expectancy to 70 years old. 3 years in a row. Go to DeSantisLies.com and you'll see it. So now suddenly he's going to tell you because he's running for president, he's not going to do it. You can't trust him. What I'll tell you is Social Security is going to go bankrupt in 10 years. Medicare is going to go bankrupt in 8. He talks about taking care of seniors. Right now, it's Florida. Is the inflation hotspot.
Yeah, how much money is she making off that domain?
When is DeSantis raising the retirement age? When is she talking about? When he was in Congress 10 years ago?
What I'll tell you we have to do is we have to keep our promises to seniors, but we also can't put our head in the sand. For those like Ron saying they're not going to touch Social Security, that means they're going to leave after 4 or 8 years and leave it bankrupt? No. What we do is we go to those in their 20s and say we're going to change the retirement age to reflect life expectancy. Instead of cost of living increases, we do increases based on inflation. We limit benefits on the wealthy, and we expand Medicare Advantage plans, which seniors love. That's how we'll deal with making sure they have it.
Reducing the benefits. When you do the change in calculation, reducing the benefits. So let's just put this in perspective. Under her administration, you would have seniors getting less cost of living adjustments while your tax dollars are going to pay the pensions of Ukrainian bureaucrats.
That's not true.
You talk about putting Americans
lie,
last.
Ron.
That is wrong. You've supported all that money going over there. So let's put
You're
our
so
own people
desperate.
first. We
You're
have
just
to put
so
Governor Haley, let him
and
speak.
she also said, recently that the age of Social Security is way too low. And I criticized that, and then she was called on it, and then she said she never said it, of course, you're lying. And then sure enough, you put on the interview where she's there, spit an image, and she says it's way too low. So, you know, we can play this song and dance. She has a record, she makes statements, and I think part of the problem with her candidacy is now that she's getting scrutiny, she's got this problem with ballistic podiatry, shooting herself in the foot every other day, saying things that now she doesn't even take questions from people.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Governor Haley, you want to raise the retirement age for younger Americans, but you have not said what that age should be. Should voters in their 20s plan on working until they're 70?
First of all, he hasn't answered the fact that he voted to raise the retirement age to 73 different times. He can call me whatever name and be demeaning as much as he wants. It doesn't change the fact that Ron's lying because Ron's losing. Everybody in the country sees it for what it is. So what I'll tell you is, yes, we're going to be responsible with it, and we're going to go to those in our 20s. When I said the retirement age was too low, again, where he's lying, it's because if if you go, and you can go to DeSantisLies.com, I said it's too low if we're going to look at those in their 20s. We have to go and start looking at what we can do to get out of this. We want to make sure that everybody who was promised gets it. But we also want to make sure our kids have something when they get it too. So the way we do that is exactly how I laid it out. Then we'll know what we're looking at, and then we can start focusing. The other thing is we need to start cutting spending in D.C. We have to go back to pre-COVID levels. That's why I'll veto any spending bill that doesn't take us back to pre-COVID levels. That will save us trillions. We've got to go into every agency, replace the head of every agency, and send people into every agency. I did that as governor. Pull down old regs, pull down old programs, get rid of any problem children, and clean those agencies out and get them mission focused. There is a lot of waste in D.C. You need an accountant to go in there and clean it up, but we're not going to take away from anyone else, and he's yet to answer the fact that he voted 3 times to raise the retirement.
Just a clarification.
Hey, what was that
Governor
website
Haley,
again?
In 15 seconds, should voters in their 20s plan on having to work until they're 70?
They should plan on their retirement age being increased, yes. We're going to change it to reflect more of what life expectancy should be.
Well, one of the things that I think we disagree on, too, is Governor Haley has said Social Security is an entitlement. But, you know, it's not an entitlement. You're paying into it. It's not a welfare program. You're being taxed for this your whole life. And so to expect to have benefits on the back end, you know, I don't think that that's too much. The other thing I'd point out is Social Security for decades ran massive surpluses. What happened to those surpluses? The Congress spent the surpluses.
Yes, when you
they
raise
have a
the
big
debt.
problem with that. So number one, we need term limits for members of Congress. Number two, we need a balanced budget amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Number three, we need to give the president a line item veto. And number four, when you see all these congressmen making a killing in the stock market, like Nancy Pelosi, she could run a very lucrative hedge fund. We need a 28th Amendment to the Constitution that says very simply, Congress shall make no law respecting the citizens of the United States that does not also apply to members of Congress themselves.
Nice.
I want to turn now to the topic of abortion, which of course has been hotly debated in this Republican primary campaign. Governor Haley, last week, Governor DeSantis said that former President Trump is not pro-life. Do you agree?
I mean, look, I think that he did some pro-life things when he was president. You'd have to ask him. That's why he should be on this debate stage. Don't ask me what President Trump thinks. You need to have him on this debate stage and ask him for yourself.
Governor DeSantis?
Well, look, I think that we've stood very strongly for a culture of life. Governor Reynolds is here. She has stood strongly for a culture of life and enact pro-life protections. We've done it in the state of Florida. Donald Trump has attacked that. What they did under Governor Reynolds here in Iowa, he said that that's a, quote, terrible, terrible thing. I don't know how you square that. He was at the March for Life when he was president his last year, and he said that life's a gift from God, that the unborn are made in the image of God, and that you needed to have protections for that human life. And now saying it's a terrible, terrible thing. He's given a gift to the left to weaponize that against pro-lifers, and that's wrong. But here's the thing. Republicans need to do a better job of lifting up folks who are having children. It's very difficult to raise kids in this environment. You need to help with medical care. You need to help with affordability, and we need to help with education choice. You got to be pro-life for the whole life, and you got to have some compassion for what is going on in this country.
Thank you, Governor.
Governor.
Thank you, Governor. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Governor, yesterday in Iowa, you criticized Governor Haley on this issue of abortion. You said she's, quote, indulged in left-wing tropes and chastised pro-lifers. Do you believe Governor Haley is sufficiently pro-life?
I think she's been confused on the issue. I think she's trying to speak to different groups with different things. But when she says things like pro-lifers need to stop talking about throwing women in jail, that's a trope. No one I've ever met thinks that that's something that's appropriate.
Exactly.
These women are in vulnerable situations. They don't get any help a lot of times from these fathers who don't want to be there supportive. A lot of times they don't have resources themselves. So it's a very difficult situation. And we've got to have compassion for those situations. But I think when she starts bringing that in, that's using the language of the left to try to attack pro-lifers. So I think that is wrong. But at the end of the day, I do agree with her on this. Donald Trump should be on this stage. He owes it to you here in Iowa to explain this change he's had in his positioning, to explain why he has a tough time saying whether a man can become a woman or not, to explain why he wants to build a $1 billion plus big, beautiful new FBI building right in the heart of the swamp in Washington, D.C. He needs to explain why he didn't build the wall and why he added $7.8 trillion to the debt. Every candidate needs to earn your vote. Nobody's entitled to your vote. And he comes in here every now and then, he does his spiel, and then he leaves. I've shown up to all 99 counties because it's important. You're a servant of the people. You are not a ruler over the people. And that's the type of president that I will be for you.
Governor Haley, your response?
He's having a good night.
He's smoking her.
I didn't hear the criticism from Ron about me for being pro-life, but I'm not surprised. It's something that he does all day, every day. I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband is adopted. And I've got my two sweet children sitting in front of me, and I had trouble having both of them. These fellas don't know how to talk about abortion. I have said over and over again, the Democrats put fear in women on abortion, and Republicans have used judgment. This is too personal of an issue to put fear or judgment. Our goal should be, how do we save as many babies as possible and support as many moms as possible? That's what we're going to focus on doing. We're not going to demonize this issue anymore. We're not going to play politics with this issue anymore. We're going to treat it like the respectful issue that it is. And the tropes that you want to talk about, you keep saying, where is anybody talking about putting a woman in jail or giving her the death penalty? South Carolina. There is legislation right now that would put a woman in jail if she got an abortion.
Thank you, Governor.
That's why I say that.
Thank you, Governor. So I do want to remind the viewers at home, both governors have mentioned that they believe that Donald Trump should be here defending his own record. I just want to remind everybody that he did qualify for this debate, and he did not accept our invitation. Both of you talk about how important it is to protect the U.S. Constitution. 2 years after losing the 2020 election, Donald Trump wrote on social media about his baseless election lies, quote, "A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution," unquote. On that subject, former Vice President Mike Pence has said that on January 6, 2021, Donald Trump put himself over the Constitution. Governor Haley, is there any meaningful difference in how you and Donald Trump view the Constitution?
I mean, look, you take an oath to the Constitution, and I think what you're seeing is Donald Trump basically said that the election was stolen. He went on and on talking about the election being stolen. He said that January 6th was a beautiful day. I think January 6th was a terrible day, and we should never want to see that happen again. And I think we have to always be strong on the fact that, look, we want fair elections, and we saw some discrepancies in those elections in 2020 that should be concerning. That's why I passed voter ID in South Carolina. That's why I think when absentee ballots go out, you should be able to verify signatures. That's why I think ballots need to be counted on Election Day, and you should get results on Election Day. But that election, Trump lost it. Biden won that election. And the idea that he's gone and carried this out forever to the point that he's going to continue to say these things to scare the American people are wrong. We've seen a lot of states come together and do more election integrity bills. We need to do more than that. We still have 3 or 4 states that I'm worried about that don't have that. But at the end of the day, I will always defend and fight for the Constitution. That's what we should do as Americans. I think what happened on January 6th was a terrible day, and I think President Trump will have to answer for it.
So just a clarification.
That was a fairly good answer. She talked about, she threaded that needle of, I have concerns, while saying we still have to honor the Constitution. That was a well-done answer.
I think that he says January 6th was a beautiful day. I don't think it was a beautiful day. I think you look at that. He thinks that he could go and bring in the fact that he wanted to change what the states did, the fact that he wanted to overturn the elections in D.C., those votes happen at the state level. You don't ever allow in D.C. for those votes to be changed at the federal level.
Governor.
States' rights matter.
Thank you, Governor. Governor DeSantis, is there any meaningful difference in how you and Donald Trump view the Constitution?
My role model for how to do the Constitution is George Washington. He said, "The Constitution is the guide that I will never abandon." And I remember when I took an oath to be an officer in the U.S. Navy, you raise that hand, you put that left hand on the Bible. And it's interesting, the oath doesn't say that you're going to defend the shores of the United States or engage in military conflict. The oath simply says that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. As President of the United States, you will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. You can't just terminate the Constitution. I mean, I know he does, word vomit from time to time on social media, but obviously I will uphold the Constitution. And I think it's fine to criticize Donald Trump, and I know the media brings this up a lot. But you know who else deserves to be criticized? The people that violated the Constitution during COVID to lock people out of schools, to destroy businesses, to force masks on people, to try to force vaccines. I'm going to bring a reckoning to all these agencies, the CDC, the NIH, the FDA.
Buddy.
They harm people in this country. And when Dr. Fauci said there was no
Governor.
learning loss for kids, that's a disgrace.
Shut up, Ron. We don't want to hear any more of this. Those are our people, Ron. Stop it.
Let's talk about how you view.
We can't lose it.
Let's talk about how you view the powers of the presidency, because your opponent Donald Trump was in court yesterday for a hearing on presidential immunity. And Governor DeSantis, I'm wondering if you agree with the argument that Donald Trump's lawyer made in court that a president should have immunity for any conduct in office, including, as the judge asked, ordering the assassination of a political rival.
Seriously, it's all
unless
Trump
the president gets
Last
impeached
half hour,
and
that's
convicted
what
by
this
the
is gonna
Senate for
be.
the offense first.
Well, obviously, that attorney gave the case away on that explanation. I think the D.C. Circuit is going to rule against Donald Trump on that issue. I'm not exactly sure what the outer limits are. I don't think it's necessarily been litigated. It's not going to be an issue with me because I'm always going to follow the Constitution, and we're going to uphold the best traditions of the office. And I'm going to be a president you can be proud of. I think it's important that people be able to look to the president and say, hey, that's somebody that's worthy of emulating. And so my wife and I, we just view ourselves to try to do well for our kids and to make sure they're proud of us, and we set a good example. So that's what we would do in that situation. But I think there's a larger issue Republicans have got to think of it. Donald Trump's going to lose that appeal. He's going to end up going to trial in front of a stacked left-wing D.C. jury of all Democrats. What are the odds that he's going to get through that? And that's even talking about the validity of the charges. I don't think he gets through that. And so what are we going to do as Republicans in terms of who we nominate for president? If Trump is the nominee, it's going to be about January 6th, legal issues, criminal trials. The Democrats and the media would love to run with that. I'm not running for my issues. I'm running for your issues. We need to make this election a referendum on the failures of Joe Biden, the failures of the Democratic Party, and how we have the formula to engineer a great comeback for this country.
That was a really good answer.
You notice he's showing more confidence when he's speaking.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The question was, do you agree with the argument Donald Trump's lawyer made in court that a president should have immunity for any conduct, including in ordering the assassination of a political rival, unless that president is impeached and convicted by the Senate for that offense first?
No, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, we need to use some common sense here. You can't go and kill a political rival and then claim, immunity from a president. I think we have to start doing things that are right. And, Ron said we should have leaders that we can look up to. Well, then stop lying, because nobody's going to want to look up to you if you're lying. But what I do think we need to look at is, what has President Trump done? You look at the last few years, and our country is completely divided.
He should just say, can I start a drinking game?
It's divided over hatred. It's divided over the fact that people think that if someone doesn't agree with you, that they're
every
bad.
time she says
and
that,
now
he should
we
just
have
say,
leaders in our
"Take a
country
drink."
that decide who's good and who's bad, who's right and who's wrong. That's not what a leader does. What a leader does is they bring out the best in people and get them to see the way forward. That's what we need in our country. We don't need this chaos anymore. We need someone who's going to be a new generational leader that brings sanity back to America.
Thank you so much. The CNN Republican presidential debate live from Drake University. We'll be back right after this.
All right. Whew. You guys hammered yet? Man, what?
What's that website again?
We got to be a couple. We got to be a couple.
I should have wrote it down.
Oh my gosh.
We have to be nearing 24 mentions of the DeSantis.
24?
Yeah.
Dude,
Easy, no?
it's over 24.
It's north of that.
Yeah. It's north of 24. So what are we thinking here? Last half hour is all going to be CNN questions.
Trump this, Trump that.
Yep.
A couple things
she's getting her rear end handed to her today. She's done.
She's better than what she is acting now. She's really getting.
She's coming across as
petty.
desperate.
He's under her
really
skin.
Getting petty.
She's definitely ticked.
Desperate.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
Two issues. I think DeSantis has scored some points here. The two that jump out at me is Haley makes a case about a lot of things that we've got to do this. We've got to be involved with Ukraine. We've got to be involved overseas. We've got to support NATO. We've got to support the UN and all of that. And DeSantis said at one point, I don't know if anybody else caught this, he said, how are we going to pay for it?
Yeah.
And that's exactly right. Our country is $34 trillion in debt right now. You can have all these lofty aspirations, all these things that we should do that may be very noble. But if you cannot put food on your table back home, if your country is going bankrupt, it doesn't matter how worthy the cause is overseas.
That's right.
You don't have the money. And nobody in American politics will say, I shouldn't say nobody, very few will say, I'm sorry,
America
we
first.
don't have the money. And he said it. We've got veterans that are dying without medical care. We've got law enforcement officers who are wounded in the line of duty.
Or don't have the equipment they need.
Or don't have the equipment they need. We've got to take care of that. And he, I thought, feathered that needle really well on that answer. So I think she sounds very convincing of it. We've got, what choice do we have? And he says, how are we going to pay for it? Because all of us have to figure out how we're going to pay for it when there's not money. And yes, honey, we might want to go on vacation. Yeah, the kids might need a new pair of basketball shoes for practice starting. But guess what? We don't have the money. We can't just conjure it up. Politicians, and we're seeing too much of this even here locally now, just feel like we don't have any choice.
It's not their money.
We've got to spend the money, and we don't have the money.
Steve, give me your checkbook. I can do the same thing. Scott, give me yours. That's the problem. They think it's their damn money, that they can do whatever they want with it and forget the consequences. Who cares? Look what I did. I can brag. I can put my name on this. And we all sit here and suffer. I am so sick and tired of politicians on both sides of the aisle. They blatantly lie to us. They don't give a damn about how we're dealing with life day in and day out because they all live in a flippin' bubble in Washington, D.C. They have no clue we're going through. We go to a grocery store, gas up our vehicles.
There are no repercussions in government when you run out of money because you just get more of it from the people. And that's where there's got to be a change in how we think about things when we're legislating.
On that point, I thought DeSantis also got a good line in when he said, you're going to borrow the money?
Yeah.
You know, you're going to borrow the money?
Exactly right.
Every spending proposal should be met with that. Okay, is that worth borrowing the money?
My other point that I think DeSantis brought up well is, what is 2024 going to be like with Donald Trump's legal affairs? Now, I'm not saying Trump should drop out but he won't. What is it really going to feel like to us July 15th of 2024 when these things are happening? Are we going to say, this is no problem, he can keep dealing with this, there will be no repercussions to what he does trying to get himself elected? And as he starts office, can we really be sure that there will not be anything that comes back that would inhibit his job his ability to do the job?
Clearly, the Republican faithful are baking that into the cake. I mean, it's no secret that he's facing the legal peril that he is on multiple fronts, and they're still overwhelmingly saying he's my guy.
I know, but we haven't been through it yet, Scott. We haven't seen how ugly
it's going to be.
Not like this. The trials haven't started. The criminal trials have not started yet. Like, what is that going to feel like? It's an honest question. I don't know. Maybe it'll be nothing. But if this wouldn't be the biggest distraction ever in the closing weeks of a political campaign, I don't know what even comes close to it.
I think that plays in his favor because I think it looks like he's just continually under attack, and his opponent, his political opponent's Justice Department is doing it.
With you and me, but to the moderate, the independent who will decide this election.
I think they're going to vote their pocketbook.
All right, guys, we're back after the debate. We will be here. Phone lines will be open. Let's go back to the debate.
Released a detailed health care plan, so we want to give the voters here some insight into specifics of what you might do as president. Governor Haley, as governor of South Carolina, you chose not to expand Medicaid under Obamacare. 40 states, including this one where we are in Iowa, did expand Medicaid, covering more than 18 million Americans. As president, would you allow those states to keep their expansions in place?
Well, the first thing is we have to look at the fact that how can we be the best country in the world with the most expensive health care in the world? And so the way we're going to deal with it is we're going to open it all up. from the hospitals to the insurance companies to the doctor's offices to the pharmaceuticals to the PBMs, make them have to show us everything. Because right now, I can tell you, we take care of my parents. They're 87 and 90. My dad is in the hospital right now. When my mom was in the hospital, a nurse came up to her to give her a couple of Tylenol. And she said, I don't need them. And she said, honey, you might as well take them because you're going to pay for them anyway. When we got the bill from the hospital, no one talked to us about that. Right now, you have insurance companies and hospitals deciding what it is for us. We're going to take the patient out of the back seat and put them in the driver's seat. We're going to make sure that just like when you get your car fixed and you go and they say, we can give you a temporary fix and it'll cost this much money, or we can give you a permanent fix and it's going to cost that much money. We're going to go and make it transparent so that we can see everything so that they have to show us their warts. The second thing is we're going to pass tort reform around this country. I did that in South Carolina. Doctors don't give you those 10 tests because they want to. It's for the 90% chance they'll get sued. And then we're going to go and eliminate certificate of need in this country. I did that in South Carolina as well. That basically says if you have a hospital here, you can't have another hospital for X number of miles. They do the same thing for surgical centers, for nursing homes. We're going to put competition back in healthcare so that healthcare is fighting for the patient. That way services go up and costs go down.
Governor Haley, just a 15-second point of clarification. Would you allow the states that accepted Medicaid expansion to keep that?
So the problem with Medicaid is it needs to be sent down as block grants. Governors can best decide how to do that, whether they need to use it towards mental health, whether they need to use it towards support services. Right now, I would send all of that down to the states. The problem is they're only sending a small portion of it. They need to send more of that so that states can better take care of it.
Governor DeSantis, your response on whether you would allow Iowa and the other 39 states who accepted Medicaid expansion to keep it?
Well, I've spoken with a lot of folks here in Iowa, and we need health care that's accessible, that's affordable, and that's accountable, and particularly an emphasis on mental health. In every corner of this state, everywhere I've traveled in the campaign, people are really concerned about mental health. With the kids in schools, people that are coming out of service to our country, with veterans. We're going to put a big emphasis on mental health. I've actually delivered on some of these things in Florida. We got accountability for the pharmacy benefit middlemen that are causing your drug prices to go up. So we have transparency and consumers pay less. And I just beat the federal government to allow the state of Florida to buy prescription drugs from Canada, which is 25 cents on the dollar what our prescription drugs cost. I want seniors to be able to do. And then finally, we need to upend this COVID and medical authoritarian regime that we saw going around this country during COVID. It's wrong to force vaxes like the COVID shot and say people are going to lose their jobs. That is not going to ever happen on my watch, trust me.
Governor DeSantis, same.
And he's got the record. He does Florida on that, too.
Grant the program and then let states run the way they see fit to do. But I can tell you this. Expanding Medicaid leads to less private coverage. It doesn't necessarily increase access to quality care. I want to actually people get good health care. It's not just about a sheet of paper if you don't get any good doctors that gives you entitled for that.
Governor DeSantis mentioned mental health.
It's a lot easier to keep control with two people, isn't it? It hasn't been the total circus it's been.
58 million Americans suffer from some type of mental illness. Governor Haley, you say the mental health crisis is a, quote, cancer that no one has dealt with. What do you think is causing the crisis, and what would you do?
The government.
Well, I think we saw it exacerbated by COVID. I mean, with the school lockdowns and everything else,
No doubt.
we see young people now with more anxiety, stress, and depression than ever before. 1 in 3 people right now suffer from mental health issues. But if treated, they can live a perfectly normal life. The problem is we don't have enough mental health therapists. We don't have enough mental health treatment
Get people
centers.
off social
we don't have
media,
enough
too.
addiction
That
centers.
wouldn't
And
hurt.
if you happen to be lucky enough to get one of those 3, insurance doesn't cover it. We have got to start dealing with this because it's become a huge issue. And that's why we need to have more telehealth so that people can get the mental health care they need right when they need it. We need to have mental health counselors in schools so that they can identify when a child has a problem, that they can get the help that they need. But right now, we've got to get access to care. And that's, again, why I want
maybe
to
if
move
we don't
those
give
federal
$100 billion to
programs down
Ukraine
the
every
state
other
level.
month, we could
Because
use some of that
states know
money.
they need
Giddy
more
up.
mental health support. They're not getting the dollars to do it. We don't need D.C. bureaucrats handling that. We need this on the ground so that we can get the mental health centers, get the therapists, and get the help that people need so that they can be healthy again.
Governor DeSantis, you said right here in Iowa this summer that closing mental health institutions, a policy supported by Ronald Reagan, was a mistake. As president, would you restore federal funding to those mental health institutions?
Yes, we need more people in institutionalized settings, unfortunately. But, Governor Haley mentioned, I think correctly, the devastating mental health consequences for these school closures, a lot of things that happened during COVID. I never recalled seeing her out there fighting the fight. I was on the front lines on that. Governor Kim Reynolds was on the front lines on that. We fought back against the biomedical state. We were attacked by the media. We were attacked by the pharmaceutical companies. We were attacked by the left, attacked by Fauci. We stood and we helped people, and Iowa and Florida had the best schools opening in the entire pandemic because we led. That's what you want to do. Now, in terms of mental health, I've run into veterans here in Iowa, and I think we have a significant problem with veterans, particularly the post 9/11 veterans. And we know the stats on suicide. It's really, really sad. And as a fellow veteran, as president, I have to put that issue on the front burner. We can't keep turning a blind eye to what's happening to our vets. It's not going to be done just through the VA, and it can't be done just by pumping people with pharmaceuticals. If a veteran has post-traumatic stress, you need more than just that. So we're going to use the VA to link veterans with resources that are throughout our country. For example, in Florida, we have an organization that trains service dogs to be able to be paired with veterans with post-traumatic stress. They understand the symptoms, they mitigate it, and you know what? The suicide rate is close to zero as a result of that. We got to think bigger than these bureaucracies, and we've got to be there for our vets and their mental health.
Thank you, Governor. Turning to the topic of climate, 2023 was the hottest year ever recorded on Earth, and Americans are already feeling the impact.
Enough of this.
Yesterday, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration reported that the U.S. experienced 28 weather and climate-related disasters that cost at least $1 billion last year, another record. Governor DeSantis here in Florida, Governor DeSantis here in Iowa, massive flooding has left farmers underwater. In Florida, rising
and it's been doing that for
threaten
decades
coastal
upon
cities.
decades.
You have taken action in your
Give me
home
a break
state
with
to
this
mitigate
crap.
the problems of rising seas. But as president, would you do anything to deal with the underlying cause, which scientists agree requires cutting
Not all
carbon
scientists.
emissions?
So on day one as president, we take Biden's Green New Deal, we tear it up and we throw it in the trash can. It is bad for this country. We have to have reliable energy. And here's the thing, they talk about, Joe Biden has said that global warming is worse than a nuclear war. And I'm just thinking to myself, well, gee, John Kerry hasn't given up his private jet. Obama hasn't given up his Martha's Vineyard seaside mansion. I haven't seen Biden do anything to hold China accountable except making sure that Hunter gets his money. So these guys talk out of one side of their mouth and then they behave in another way, and I think that's wrong. But I also think that those policies would devastate communities, particularly here in Iowa. I mean, for example, he wants to mandate electric vehicles. That's going to be more costly. I think the car companies would go bankrupt, but it's going to hurt liquid fuels, which is very, very important. You're going to end up having rolling blackouts if they kneecap reliable energy production in this country. Florida's had a massive decline in emissions. Wasn't because of a single mandate. It was because of innovation, because a lot of natural gas has replaced coal. We do have market-based solar, and it's a complement, but we cannot walk away from reliable energy. And I think about, here's what the left wants to do. They want to take away your freedom, and they want you to pay more for everything. We need you to pay less for energy, and we need to make sure people can innovate. We cannot have these mandates, and they'll be gone the day I'm president.
So, Governor, just a point of clarification, 15 seconds. Recent research at the University of Iowa ties these floods in Iowa to the rise in greenhouse gases.
And here's the thing,
let me
Jay,
just ask the question. As president, would you do anything to deal with this underlying cause?
Innovate. And here's the thing. China is building 2 coal plants a week. You can do everything Biden wants to do, and you're going to have way more of what China's increasing it. So why would we be cutting off our nose to spite our face?
Yeah.
China is the problem here, and so hold them accountable.
Thank
but
you,
don't
Governor.
hold the American people
Thank you,
to less
Governor. Governor
opportunity.
Haley,
I think
as
that's
president,
the best
would you
way
do
to answer
anything to
that
deal
question.
with the underlying cause of the floods and other climate disasters, which scientists agree requires cutting carbon
Scientists
emissions?
agree.
scientists?
That's
First of all,
just garbage.
regardless
Scientists.
of what party, everybody wants to have clean air, clean water. They want a world that they can pass on to their kids that's going to be healthy and all of that. But it's how do we do that? I think the first thing we have to understand is you don't deal in extremes. When I was at the United Nations, the reason I took us out of the Paris Climate Agreement was because President Obama had put all these mandates down on our businesses, but they didn't do anything to hold China and India to account. Those are the two countries we have to really go to if we care about the environment, that we go and make them be held accountable. The second thing is we'll roll back all of Biden's green subsidies because they're misplaced. Rather than putting anything towards innovation on what we can do on nuclear fusion and other things that reduce emissions, which there are things out there, to go and have everybody have to drive an electric car by 2035, that's not even smart. One, because, which by the way, Ron took Biden's stimulus money and did charging stations all throughout Florida. I wouldn't have taken the stimulus money. But what that does is basically we don't have the infrastructure. And I'm not just talking about charging stations. Electric vehicles are heavy. Our roads and bridges wouldn't be able to handle that if we did that because they're heavy in weight. And so we have to be smart about the way we do that. Not to mention 70% of the batteries in electric cars are made in China. So Biden gave this massive windfall to our number one national security
This is a good
threat.
answer from her.
If we're going to do it, innovate it, transition, and do it the right way, not in extremes.
Thank you. I want to turn to the issue of crime. The majority of Americans describe crime in the U.S. as either extremely or very serious. Recent data show crime rates falling, but some violent crime rates do remain high. Governor Haley, former President Trump, suggested that he might try to stop violent crime by deploying U.S. troops to Democratic-run states and cities, something he could potentially do under the Insurrection Act. Is that something that you would do as president?
What I would do is, first of all, defund sanctuary cities. It's hugely important that we do that. That's where we're seeing a lot of crime. But the second thing is our law enforcement is demoralized right now. Because if they go and they arrest someone for having a stolen gun, it's demoralizing when they go through all that effort, put their lives at risk, and then you turn around and let that criminal go the very next day. Prosecutors need to prosecute according to the law, and we've got to start holding them accountable. When we bring law and order back to our cities, then that's when they'll be safe. You don't do it by defunding the police, and you don't do it by just praising the police. You do it by having their backs, making sure we passed the first body camera bill in the country in South Carolina to make sure that law enforcement felt like they could do their job without feeling threatened about them doing their job. But we have to have prosecutors prosecuting. We have to defund sanctuary cities. We have to get these stolen guns and drugs off the street. And the only way we can do that is when we empower law enforcement.
Governor DeSantis.
I just think, that quote from the former President Trump is a little bit rich because he was president during the worst rioting in the modern history of this country, the BLM riots in the summer of 2020. When I saw that happening in Minneapolis, in Florida, I called out the National Guard. We had state law enforcement deployed. We said, you're not burning down our cities in this state. And you know what? It didn't happen. He sat in the White House and tweeted law and order, but he did nothing to ensure law and order. As your president, I will never let our cities burn. You have every right to stop this runaway
I'm not sure what
rioting.
President Trump could have done about Minneapolis
now,
and the
Nikki Haley
police
and I have a
precinct
disagreement on the
building
BLM
burning
stuff
down.
too.
Especially when
Because
Walz
she
wanted it to
tweeted
happen.
during
Yeah,
this period of
let's
time
be fair on that.
the death of George Floyd should be, quote, personal and painful for each and every American. But people in Iowa had nothing to do with that, or Florida or South Carolina. She was virtue signaling to the left. She was accepting the narrative, and she was trying to impress people who were never going to like us. I never bought into going after the police. We back the blue to the hilt in the state of Florida, and we're have lower crime as a result of that.
Thank you. Governor Haley?
It's interesting that he did that. He put a tweet that was very similar, but let me tell you why I did that. First of all, we had one of the worst two racial shootings. We had the shooting of Walter Scott, who was shot 7 times in the back by a dirty cop. We had a horrific shooting at a church where a white supremacist came in and killed 9 amazing souls. BLM, All of that, we never had to deal with riots. We never had to call in the National Guard, Ron, because when we had both of those shootings, we were able to pull people together. We didn't have riots, we had vigils. We didn't have protests, we had prayer. We brought people together. When I said that about George Floyd, when we turned around and had the worst shooting in a religious place that we had seen in this country, not only did I pass the first body camera bill in the country and keep our state together, not only did I move to bring the Confederate flag down, we came together as a state in prayer, and we had no division, no riots, no anything. We didn't need the National Guard because a leader knows how to bring out the best in their people.
So it's a little different than what happened after George Floyd. Nikki Haley, you can't compare those two.
We've seen some vicious attack ads going back and forth, and tonight we have had a very lively debate. On a different note, Governor DeSantis, let me ask you, what do you admire about Governor Haley?
Well, look, I mean, I think that, at the United
These
Nations,
questions are so painful.
I did think that she spoke out strongly on some key issues, and I appreciated that. I also appreciate the state of South Carolina. My wife is a College of Charleston graduate. Her parents lived there for many, many years. And so it is a wonderful state. There's a lot of great people there. And I think to be able to have been governor there is a great achievement. And I really appreciate everyone I've gotten to meet in South Carolina.
Governor Haley, what do you admire about Governor DeSantis?
I think he's been a good governor.
Okay.
Okay, quick and to the point.
That answer doesn't look good for her.
We're going to squeeze in another quick break. And we'll be right back with more from the Republican debates here at Drake University.
All right, 9:53 Central Standard Time. We're coming to you from balmy Fargo, North Dakota. I just took a step outside. It's getting a little chilly out there.
Yeah, windy and cold. Yep.
We are going to, with the debates over, the Common Sense Club YouTube show is going to continue. We're going to take, hopefully, your calls from around the nation. We'll have the number up on the screen here. Right now, Scott Hennon from What's on Your Mind on AM1100theflag.com is going to go out and talk to the folks out there enjoying our hospitality here for the
We're going to find
watch
out
party.
what these folks, our live studio audience, has been watching this with us. Think about the debate. What's your takeaway so far?
Is that DeSantis absolutely took out Nikki Haley.
No contest, huh?
No contest.
He's had a good night. There's no doubt about it. What do you think?
I think Nikki Haley's poll numbers will be heading south once we get into Iowa caucus.
I wonder how many people are going to DeSantisLies.com. How many times has she said that now? Do we know? Anybody counting? 35? Okay. I thought 24. Yeah, exactly. The drinking game continues. What do you think so far? This thing's just about over. Your takeaway.
Chris Christie was right.com.
Chris Christie, who has exited the race as of today. What do you think?
That's what I was going to say. I didn't think I'd ever agree with Chris Christie, but she's getting smoked.
She's getting smoked,
but she's doing it to herself, I think.
Yep.
We've been laughing on her a little bit with the DeSantisLies.com. But I took a drink every time. She brought up the drinking game. If we took a drink every time we did that, I wouldn't be able to drive home.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. What do you think?
Oh, I think DeSantis finally got to prove himself tonight. He got to stand up for himself and be who he's been or who he is.
So clear winner
tonight. I think it was DeSantis. I mean, he doesn't have the money that he needs to get all over the nation, but if he wins Iowa, he will.
Yep, it'll be interesting. Anybody think that either of these two are making any inroads against Donald Trump tonight?
No.
All right. It's very succinct, kind of like Governor Haley's answer to the last question. He was a good governor. Leave it at that. What's your highlight so far?
I think more people should investigate the corporations that have supported Nikki Haley since she's left the Trump administration, and see what her checking account was when she left and what her checking account is right now, and how much money she has lent her parents to pay off some significant debt. I think right now I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt and say she has no idea who she's in bed with, but she will, if she were ever to become the president, she would find out who those people are and how much pressure they can exert on her to do their bidding if she were the president of the United States.
Very insightful, and I think you're right. That's going to be a vulnerability of hers big time. Your takeaway so far tonight?
Ron, but Trump's my man. Trump will always be my guy, and Nikki's digging herself a grave.
A political grave being dug by Nikki. What do you think? Final thought.
I think Ron's living in Nikki's head for free. It's just amazing. when she had to ask for the question be repeated, it's like she's not listening anymore. She's trying to say, "What's my next zinger going to be? What's my next zinger going to be?" And drinking game.
Is it working?
No, not for her. She's not. She's losing, and like these other guys have said. I mean, I hate to agree with Chris Christie, but she's getting beat.
Yeah, Chris Christie earlier today, by the way, was caught on an open mic and said something to the effect of Haley
She's
is
getting
going
smoked.
to be lose big time or something to that effect. So a few folks heard that today, that Chris Christie's take was on that. Steve, Jay, back to you.
All right, Scott. I believe he said, she's going to get smoked. She smoked herself tonight. She rolled herself up into a big one and smoked herself, man. She brought it on herself. By the way, our Common Sense Club show, it's brought to you by DeSantisLies.com. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Brought to you by Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, they're back here. We'll wrap things up, and then we're going to hang around and take your calls across America.
Republican presidential debate. We now have time for closing statements, and we begin with Governor Haley.
First of all, I want to thank the good people of Iowa. I have campaigned for 11 months, whether it's driving a combine or holding a pig at a produce area, or whether it's the fact that we've met owners of bakeries and small businesses.
And I did it in this
dress.
dress.
Every one of them knows that we can't go through 4 more years of chaos. And if it's Donald Trump, there will be 4 more years of chaos. And we can't be a country in disarray and a world on fire and go through 4 more years of chaos. And we can't go through another nail biter of an election. And if you look at the polls right now, going against Joe Biden, in every one of those head-to-head polls, Ron doesn't beat Joe Biden. Trump is head-to-head. On a good day, he might be up by 2 points. I defeat Biden by 17 points. That's bigger than the presidency. That's House, that's Senate, that's governorships, that's down to school board. That's a mandate to get our spending under control and get inflation down. That's a mandate to get our kids reading again and go back to the basics in education. That's a mandate to secure our borders with no more excuses. That's a mandate to bring law and order back to our country. And that's a mandate for a strong America that we can be proud of. We can do this. I know we can do this. If you will join with me in this movement, if you join with me in this fight, I promise you our best days are to come. God bless you.
Governor DeSantis.
Well, it's been great to visit all 99 counties here in Iowa. I've been able to meet so many friends.
How many counties has
and
he
really
been to?
learn about some of the best of America.
Is it 99?
Iowa's votes do not need to be corrected by any other state. You all know what you're doing. And we have an opportunity on Monday to really change the course of history. Donald Trump's running for his issues. Nikki Haley's running for her donors' issues. I'm running for your issues, your family's issues, and solely to turn this country around. I'm the only one running that's delivered on 100% of my promises, and I'm the only one running that has beaten the left time and time again, from the teachers' unions to Fauci to the Democratic Party. We need to run under the banner of bold colors that are putting the American people first. We can't run under a banner of pale pastels of the warmed over corporatism, the likes of which is practiced
What's the pale
by Nikki
pastels
Haley.
thing about?
Freedom is on the ballot. Decline is a
line.
choice. We have it within our power to fix this country and to turn it around. I am asking for your support in the Iowa caucus on Monday, January 15th. I'll be a president that you can be proud of, and I promise you this, I will get the job done, and I will not let you down. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Our thanks to Governor Santis and Governor Haley. Governor DeSantis and Governor Haley, thank you so much, both of you, for being here tonight. Thanks to our audience, to our host, Drake University. For Dana Bash and the whole CNN team, I'm Jake Tapper. Thank you so much for watching. Be sure to join us Monday, January 15th at 4 p.m. Eastern for CNN's coverage of the Iowa caucuses.
We'll pass.
Anderson Cooper and Caitlin Collins are going to pick it up right now with more on the debate.
On the caucus coverage. So, our live studio audience said this was a slam dunk in favor of Ron DeSantis. What do we think?
Oh, yeah, 100%. She buried herself tonight. It'll be interesting here in the coming days. See what this has done to her numbers. I don't think she helped herself.
I'm a big DeSantis fan. You guys know that about me. Therefore, I'm going to see what I like, generally speaking. I've tried to be honest when I've seen him fall short. I think the smaller the stage gets and the fewer people that are on it, the better he does. Yeah. He's best at one-on-one interviews. I thought this thing with 4 people, only 2 people participating, he was pretty good. I thought overall he wins on substance and track record. He doesn't need to go after her nearly as much as he does. In fact, I think he would have scored points if he would have started out with a little bit of that and then backed way off and let her just keep nagging at him the whole time. I think he would have looked more presidential that way. But overall, I think it was a good night for him. Nikki Haley fans are going to see what they want to see. They're going to see someone who has a good understanding of foreign policy, who is kind of that moderate voice where she's not willing to come out and say the real fundamental hardcore conservative things. That's not her, and I think her people will like what she did today. And if she's getting a royalty on DeSantisLies.com, it's going to be a great night for her.
She made a lot of money if she does.
CNN headline right now, DeSantis, Haley rip into each other in last debate before Iowa caucuses. How do you think this plays with the mushy middle, if you will, the people that are, the swing voters? You think they?
I don't know if these two gained any ground in that arena. It was just, it
was substantive. You got good information, but I think the petty stuff kind of takes away from the substance.
I just can't get over this Ron DeSantis lies.com. Why would you sit there and just keep doing that? You just sound ridiculous, and it takes away from everything that you're saying something, and then you throw that out there, and it's like, oh my God, would you get off it and be serious here? All right, listen, the number is 701-271-1100. We'll have that tossed up on the screen here in a second, so that way it's always up there for you folks to see it. And there it is right there. You can make your voice heard. Talk to us. This is the Common Sense Club on our AM 1100, The Flags, of course, YouTube page. Make sure you subscribe and hit that bell and like it. And you'll know when videos come up. And if you're subscribed, you can get into the chat room and have fun with us. A lot of questions for you folks out there around America. And again, we'll hang out if you're calling in. We'll hang around and we'll talk with you. My name is Jay Thomas. I host the show, The Jay Thomas Show, on 970 WDAY Radio out of Fargo, North Dakota, 2 to 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. You can listen anywhere on the marble at WDAYRadioNow.com or on your smart speaker. We'll get to the calls as they roll in right now. We'll get to them in a second. Just when you're on Alexa, Siri, whatever, just say, hey, play 970 WDAY. Scott Hennon is along with me. He's got, I would say, the most listened to radio show in the upper Midwest. He's on the Blowtorch, AM 1100, The Flag, 50,000 watts of fun. His show is What's on Your Mind. Scott, you can catch him on the radio from 8:30 to 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. And, of course, to listen to him online, it's am1100theflag.com or on your smart speaker. Just say, hey, I'll play AM 1100 The Flag. And Steve Hallstrom as well. He's on AM 1100 The Flag. Steve Hallstrom Show from 4 to 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And, again, am1100theflag.com or on your smart speaker. You know what to say.
Steve's out with our guest right now.
Is he out there right now? We got calls from Tennessee, from Utah. We got full lines. We're going to get to your calls, 701-271-1100. But, Steve, real quick, I'm going to let you talk to the folks out there in our viewing party. Then let's talk to America.
Yeah, I have a question that I want to ask everybody here that I seriously am trying to figure out in my own mind, and maybe you all can help me out. And that's the question that Ron DeSantis brought up tonight about what is 2024 going to look like with Trump's legal issues. I want to know what your honest feeling is on this. Do you think it is going to be such a distraction that it will hurt Trump's candidacy with those in the middle who say, look, maybe he's being unfairly accused of things, maybe it's not all his fault, but I'm just done with a guy who is in court all the time? Because I feel like that's how it's going to feel. Even if he's not in court all the time. I think it's going to feel that way a lot. Do we think that that is going to be an issue that Trump is going to have to overcome, or do you think people will be able to put that aside as they make their decisions?
I don't think it's a matter of putting it aside. I think it's a matter of seeing it for what it is. And it's basically lawfare, which is basically they're not allowing him due process. There are two tiers of justice in this country.
But do you think people will see that, though? Or do you think they're just going to see, oh, here's Trump again in court. If we got 4 years of him, we're going to have 4 years of a guy trying to fight to stay out of jail. Do you feel like that's what people will think? Or do you think most in the middle will say it's lawfare?
The evidence is in every time he gets another warrant or another subpoena or another crime, quote unquote, insurrection, which was used by CNN immediately the day of June 6th, if you go back and you look at that, every time his numbers go up in the polls. So I think that tells you all you need to know.
So you think it won't hurt him significantly with people in the middle?
I think for people who are thinking for themselves and aren't just regurgitating what they see on television and what they hear talking head pundits say, yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Steve.
How do you feel about this? Is this going to hurt, or do you think this is just people have just had enough and they're going to look past it all?
I think they're just going to look past it all. I've been always a great Trump supporter, and I think everyone's going to see how it is. I mean, no one wants him in, and I think the middle people are going to see it and go, hey, he's doing what he has always done. He's been our best president since Reagan.
Yeah. All right, other thoughts on that? What do you guys think? Is this something that's going to seem like it never ends and will hurt Trump in 2024?
Well, I think it's going to seem a little bit like it never ends, but I think what she said is true. Every time, a lot of us are getting tired of these politics the same old way, and unfortunately, Trump's out there and he's like, he'll take the swing, and everybody feels good about that. So, I wish we could get off the bad tweet bandwagon. I'd much rather have him than Biden any day.
Yeah. What do you think? Does the circus hurt Trump at all in 24?
I don't think it hurts. I don't think it hurts Trump. I think, in fact, it exposes the system to normies, to people in the middle.
Do you think people in the middle see that?
I'd hope they'd see that, because if they don't see it, then guess what? The system,
they're potted plants.
System takes out Trump, and then the system comes after us.
Got it. Thank you. What do you think? Does all of this just seem like it's too much, and some people say, I'm out on Trump, I just can't take any more of this?
No, I think, in fact, as the lawsuit matures, they're going to see it for what it is. And the Supreme Court's last session is in October. That may be the October surprise, is that they weigh in last, and he's justified. He gets his redemption. I think they find out that Supreme Court comes down on his side. There's just no way that all these suits are constitutional, and that that the left is going to win. I think that the danger is that if they're overturned, is that the deranged left resorts to what Charlie Kirk has suggested is assassination, is that they resort to assassination, and that may be the danger.
Well, it just got real in a hurry, brother. Thank you for that. What do you think? 2024, does all of it's going to be played up by big media, like Trump's in court again, the felon is on trial again. Does that hurt Trump, or do you think he's able to shrug that off?
I think it's definitely going to be a distraction. But you have the far left and you have the far right, and you take the middle third. You're looking at center left, center right. I think the center. If you look at the people like in the center who are, I think you're looking at common, ordinary, just plain Jane people that think in a logical sense. Not that far either way don't, other than maybe the left. But I think they look at it in terms of justice, right? Like, I mean, you could imagine the FBI looking at. Hey, I went to a school board meeting. Is the FBI going to come after me now too? I mean, I think you get that. It's not so much I mean, I think it's a distraction for Trump and just having to do that, and then the media gives the media fuel. But I think people are going to look at it saying, it's really like they're coming after him, like they really are coming after him. And I think that's going to play more towards him than
You don't think it hurts? You think it may even slightly help? Yeah. Okay. All right. Last word here.
I think the conservative Republicans need to stay focused and educate that middle portion and say, hey, they are coming after him, and if they're successful in coming after him, they're going to come after us.
Who's next? Great. Well, we are so thankful, all of you, for coming. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us tonight, and we'll probably find another reason to get together and have some fun. So thanks, everybody, for coming tonight. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, 11 minutes after 10 o'clock. Let's talk to America. We got Kevin in Tennessee. We got Doug in Utah, Patty in Minnesota, then down to, love it, Florida. James, let's do it, Scott. Kevin in Tennessee, thanks for your patience. You're up on the Common Sense Club with Scott, Steve, and Jay. What do you think, buddy? What's on your mind?
Well, first of all, let me tell you, I'm an American. This Democrat shit and all that bull crap, buddy, it's crazy. I believe that the Constitution is the most important thing in this country. I believe because I fought for this country in the United States Navy, SEAL Team 3.
Thank you.
And I've got hearing aids and rods in my back because people fought for their country. And I'm going to fight for this country till I die. And I don't care if Biden's got a big mouth. But everything he tells us is the truth. And when it comes down to those two y'all are listening to tonight, I don't trust that woman. I don't trust her. I've seen her past. I don't know about her. But DeSantis, he does have honesty in his heart most of the time. And the point is, that's what we want is somebody that can put this country back on its wheels. Not people that want to sit there and argue with each other, but people that need to get together and believe that the Constitution is the most important thing in this country, not Joe Biden. Joe Biden's destroying this country. And I'm sorry, but it's just true.
You are.
And I respect you guys for doing what you do. I sit here and watch you and your opinions, and I really like you guys. And I plan on watching this till the election's over.
Well, Kevin, you are a rock star. You are a true American. Thank you for your service, man. And I don't think anybody else could have said it any better. And we love you folks down in Tennessee. A matter of fact, I will be down there filming for my TV show in a few months. I'll have to look you up, brother. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it. That opens up a line at 701-271-1100, the Common Sense Club on our AM 1100 The Flag Fargo YouTube page. Let's go out to Utah. Used to live out in Salt Lake City many years ago. Worked at Kissin' FM. Hello, Doug. Welcome to the Common Sense Club. How you doing, brother?
Doing good. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for listening. What do you got?
Listening to the debate. I think Nikki's, she was a good governor, but she was bought. And I think DeSantis, I like him. He's a class act guy, and he states what he wants to do. He states policies. He goes over and above what the norm is. But then Trump, we need him for 4 more years. DeSantis could come in after that and run it. But I think Trump needs to come in. Everything we see going against Trump right now is everything. The impeachments have been proven wrong, and the court cases, they just had the one in Georgia now, realizing all these people are being bought down there. The Democrats are doing everything they can to make him look bad. Now, with Trump, if he'd just talk policy, quit bad-mouthing everybody, man, that would be the perfect man. But, we all have our faults.
Exactly, yeah.
But when it comes to supporting the Social Security, Trump had it on track. You raise the tariffs, you bring in the money, and pay back the funds, pay us out of debt by pumping oil. We'd be out of debt in 4 years. We'd be out of debt, and we'd be making money. So the guy has everything going the way that I see it needs to go in this country in order to get us back on track. Yeah, I got a lot of other ideas, but I'll stop there.
Well, listen, Doug, we know how this country was rolling when Trump was in office. It was a well-oiled machine, no pun intended, by the way. I don't think these two have a snowball's chance in hell. Could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'm not a political mind. I just belong to my garage party. But Trump's going to be the guy. Steve and I were talking earlier, and I think Scotty's on board with this too. You look at some point here, Trump's going to have to pick a VP candidate. And I think we can all agree it would be nice to see him and DeSantis just, get together. That way you got Trump for 4 more years and Ron can learn the ropes when it comes to, overseas and everything else. Boys, what do you think?
I have said it for a long time. I can live with that equation very well. I don't think that either Trump or DeSantis have gone after each other viciously enough that you can't repair that bridge. And to see those two team up, you would have cornered every segment of the conservative tent, because what Trump maybe lacks on the evangelical side with some of the social issues, DeSantis covers that very well. Some of this stuff where Trump is a showman can carry that presence on a big stage where DeSantis maybe isn't quite as comfortable with that. Trump carries that very well. I think the two of them fill each other's gaps really well. I think it'd be a dynamite tandem.
And then, Scotty, we grab our governor, Doug Burgum, and make him in charge of energy. Come on.
Well, I think you're both right on cue. And with going into the border, he wants to put an army together and take those people out, and I think that's what we need to do.
I've said it before, Doug, on my radio show once in a while when I touch on politics on it on my terrestrial show, and I've said, look, the cartels, they're terrorists. So we still, as many problems as we're having with our military, and it's not the boots on the ground, it's the people that are running it and trying to run it, it seems like, into the ground. We still have the greatest military on the planet. We got the technology. Don't tell me we can't go in there, find these cartels and wipe them off the marble. And if Mexico doesn't like it, you know what? Go pound sand. That president of Mexico, Doug, thank you for listening in Utah. That president of Mexico, that guy's got a set of cojones on him. Hey, I'll help you guys with the border if you give me $20 billion you give 10 million of our folks rights or whatever. It's like, have you people lost your flipping minds?
Yeah.
Patty in Minnesota, you're coming up. James in Florida, you're on the way. Christy in Kansas, you're on the way. Scotty, you want to jump in? You got anything you want to throw in here? You're writing notes like crazy.
Let me do this quick, though.
Okay.
You talked about Trump and DeSantis. When you look at where they stand on the key policy issues, I think they're remarkably similar.
They are.
I can't really find anything foreign policy-wise, economy-wise, immigration-wise, law enforcement-wise. I can't think of anything where they have a divergence. So I think that really is important, that the person who you are, the number two, the number one, that they are lined up on the issues. And I think they are.
Look, pretty much tell Steve Hallstrom's a huge DeSantis fan. I love DeSantis too. I think he's good. But Trump's my guy. Scott, Trump's your guy. But I will say this. If it wasn't Trump and it's DeSantis, I will not lose 1 second of sleep. If it's Haley, we got problems.
This debate tonight was about who's there in the what if.
Yeah.
That's all this is.
It is a what if.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if you would have taken Ron DeSantis and put him in this mix when we were trying to figure out, okay, McCain, Romney, who might it be? DeSantis would be a shining star. And I think everybody would be lining up behind him in huge numbers. The problem is we've had the most popular Republican presidential entity in forever, and it's hard for anybody to measure up to that. It really is
really hard. James in Florida, you're on the way. Christy, Kansas, you're coming up. Anthony, you're in Pennsylvania. We'll talk to you about. We got to grab Patty in Minnesota, our neighbors to the east of us. She's been waiting a long time. Patty, welcome to the Common Sense Club on our YouTube channel, AM 1100 The Flag Fargo. Make sure you folks subscribe and hit that bell. What's up, Patty?
Oh, I'm just so. After this debate tonight, I'm 100% for Trump. I know for a fact Haley's going to be eaten out of the hands of the guys that are promoting her.
Yep.
She's going to be over saving Taiwan and Ukraine, and we're going to still sit in the middle here, in a hole. And I know that Ron DeSantis is good, but his weak point was he couldn't even take on Disney. I know for a fact
he destroyed Disney, Patty.
Donald
Sorry,
Trump
I'm missing. Why could he? Sorry, Patty. I just want to make sure I heard you right. Why could he not take on Disney?
He didn't have the balls. And I'm going to tell you something else. He might have all the answers tonight, and so does Haley. When they're debating, they're back and forth.
No.
They make each other look good. But I lived the 4 years, and I'm worse off than I was 4 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I'm sticking with the best. I'm sticking with the guy who keeps us out of wars. He brings the interest rates down.
Yep.
He makes everything affordable and gets oil under our feet. My son worked for the pipeline. 3 of his friends worked for the pipeline. Brian was building a bridge for the pipeline. The day Biden got in, those 3 kids that made $100,000 a year ended up losing their homes, and they're in an apartment working 3 jobs.
Well, in Minnesota, we're here in God's country, oil country in North Dakota, the Bakken that could take care. Well, there you go. It could take care of the world for hundreds of years. And I know people too. Same thing. As soon as that old Biden got in office, many people lost their jobs. That guy started shutting stuff down. Now, President Trump, he gets it. America is a business. It's a big business. It has to be run like a business. He knows how to run a business. And we always hear we are in a global economy. Well, that man is a global businessman, and he knows what the hell he's doing.
I would say also what Patty is saying about the 4 years under Trump versus the 4 years under Biden is why your concern of people being fatigued over Trump and the legal things is not going to be the issue this time. I mean, it'd be a different thing if our economy wasn't where it was at. Inflation.
He said he was going to dig out the swamp. The swamp's coming after him. Look, we're weeding them out. We're getting them out. And Trump is standing in the way to protect us. And by God, when he gets back in, we're going to have it nice.
Patty.
And we're going to build America under God we trust and bring America back on all the good jobs.
You're a rock star, Patty. Thank you for listening. Listen, all 3 of us are Minnesota boys. I'm from the Iron Range Hibbing. Steve is from where in Minnesota, Steve?
Mora, Minnesota.
Scotty, you're we're in the Montevideo area, right? Yeah. And we feel for what you folks in Minnesota, Emperor Walls and Ellis. I mean, I feel that you have to live behind that iron curtain, but at least you get to wake up every day and see beautiful, beautiful scenery in gorgeous Minnesota. Let's go to Florida, where I will be in March down in beautiful St. Pete's Beach with the wife. Love it down there, Serrata Resort. Hey, James, welcome to the Common Sense Club. And, there he is. Okay, go ahead, James. Welcome.
How's it going? My name is James. I'm from Florida.
Yeah, buddy. You're up. You're on.
All right. So I just want to give it a little rundown. After, I'm 18. I just got my voter's license. I just want to, speak my mind on the debate and everything.
Do it.
And I feel like I can't vote for DeSantis because it faded than a hoe. And, that's a big part of my, life,
It's a what? It was what? Say that again, James. It was a what? Why can't you?
Because it's against the law. I can't just go outside and get faded than a hoe. And I'm just not feeling, what's that girl's name?
Nikki Haley?
Yeah, Nikki Haley. I've seen a lot of stuff on, Instagram of her just, going back on her word and stuff. Saying, oh, I'll never do this. But then, now she's saying that she wants to do it. That's not someone I want as president,
James, let me ask you a question. You're 18 years old. It's great hearing from our young folks. Yeah. So as an 18-year-old, James, what is your, with all the issues going on in the world, this country, economy, wars, the border, there's tons of others. What is the one for an 18-year-old young man like you? What's the one that's on top of your list that worries you the most, that you want fixed now?
That I cannot get faded than a hoe outside.
You can't what?
I can't get faded than a hoe.
You can't get...
Yeah, you're going to have to spell that for us, because you've said that 3 or 4 times and we don't understand what you're saying.
I can't get faded in a hole. Like,
Faded in a hole.
Yeah, I can't like.
In a hole, like someone dug a hole in the ground.
Okay, I'm letting him go. I'm done. I'm not understanding it. Let's go to.
We were trying. Sorry, James.
I know. Maybe we're getting punked. I don't know. Let's go to Christy in Kansas. Hello, Christy. Welcome to the Common Sense Club.
Hello. Thank you. I'm just speechless after those last two callers. The Disney thing.
Ron kicked their asses.
DeSantis crushed.
Yes.
He crushed Disney.
He did.
He's the only non-woke candidate. The only one that I see. Well, I don't know how Haley feels about it, but she seems to be very political. Politician means wishy-washy. You got to go with, the majority and this kind of stuff. Great. Not with this stuff. That is a combination, in my opinion, of birth defects from Agent Orange. I know a trans person who started off of him. Actually started off of her in utero, doing tons of birth tests, tons of genetics tests.
We're losing her too. There's a connection problem. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Anthony.
We got the point though, yeah. And I was trying to be kind to whoever the call was, but I was like, how do you get the Disney that he didn't stand up to Disney? It's one of the best things he did.
He waxed Disney. All right. Hey, Anthony, welcome to the show. Listening in Pennsylvania. Hello.
Hey, thank you for having me on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. Yeah, hopefully I don't lose connection with you guys on this call, but either way, I'm going to do my best to stay with you guys. But either way, I have to agree with the caller, I say at this point 3 calls ago, where she said, I won't go to the extent of saying Ron DeSantis doesn't have balls, but I think I understand the essence of what she's saying, and to me it makes sense because Ron DeSantis has a track record. He's saying all the right things, and yet his poll numbers continue to plummet, and I think people have this feeling about Ron that he doesn't have that fire in his belly.
Yeah.
Where the opposition is so great. You literally have an encroachment of socialism coming from the left.
Yeah.
And the situation seems dire. At least that's how I perceive it. And so you want to see somebody in there that has that conviction, that has that fire, that's going to put up the fight that's going to be necessary in order to kind of push it back a bit. And bring this country back to a place it once was. It maybe prior to the 1960s. At this point, it's been going on for such a long time. So I have the same issue with Ron DeSantis. I understand why his polls are plummeting. I have a hard time understanding how Nikki Haley's polls are high.
I do too.
I don't know that DeSantis and Haley are, again, I don't think either one of them could be fairly called having high poll numbers right now. Trump's the one with high poll numbers. And you got, these two in the teens. So.
Yeah.
So Anthony, is Anthony?
Yeah, it's Anthony.
Anthony, let me ask you this question. When you say, and I'm not arguing with you, I just want to understand you, brother. When you say that you don't think DeSantis has balls, how do you reconcile that against what he's done in Florida, where he's taken on woke at every turn? And it's not easy anywhere, anytime, any place, to fire your attorney general because he's too woke or come out with the COVID mandates or the COVID stances he's had. Those are not typically easy things to do. How do you reconcile that with what you believe that he doesn't have the courage to get things done?
Yeah. So and I guess that's what I was trying to say earlier. It's the perception that he creates in the way he presents himself.
I see.
And so he has the track record. Like, he has the proof that he's willing to do these things. But when you listen to Trump's speech, and sometimes it's as shallow as that for many people, they just need to hear the conviction. And maybe that would explain why Nikki Haley's numbers, I know they're low, but based on the things she's saying, I'm surprised I saw one poll that had her only like 10 points away from down with Trump. I can't, cite the poll exactly what it was.
Yeah, there was an Iowa poll. Iowa poll came out today. Yeah, I think it's a fair point. The stage presence thing is not DeSantis' strongest suit.
We've said
That's
this
true.
since the very first debate, Anthony.
He busted through that today.
He did, but he's
yeah.
one-on-one. But you're right. He doesn't exude that confidence when Trump hits the stage. I mean, he just oozes confidence.
I'll give you an example of this. And we were joking about at the beginning. He walks out on stage and he kind of looks a little sheepish. And did you notice, this is my guy, right? But I'm being honest. Did you notice, like, every time he delivers his strong statement, he looks down right away.
Mm-hmm.
And like, come on, Ron, look straight ahead of the camera.
Eye
Just like,
contact.
that's right, I said it. Pull a Mark Levin out of your hat. That's right, I said it. We need a little bit more of that from Ron DeSantis. So I get what you're saying.
Anthony, Pennsylvania, thanks for listening. Appreciate it. 701-271-1100. I'm Jay Thomas along with Steve Hallstrom and Scott Hedden. We're going to get to Benjamin in California. Deborah's in Georgia. Let's go to God's country. That's Minnesota Lakes country. Justin, you're up. Welcome to the Common Sense Club on our YouTube channel. What's up?
Yeah, sorry, guys. I couldn't be there tonight. It killed me.
Justin. Hey, buddy. Yeah, we missed you, brother.
Yeah, sorry. I told Scotty I wasn't going to be there. But no, I wanted to call in because I got a little breaking news, at least on one topic, that I'm surprised isn't all over Drudge and Fox and everywhere else. But so, again, I've always contended Trump is a master manipulator of the media, right?
Yeah.
I mean, people say, like, oh, he doesn't mean to say that, or I think he does a lot of the time, and he knows what he's doing.
Yep.
But tonight I was rolling around between the channels, and he said he's already picked a VP.
He did?
He said so. He said so. Now that doesn't mean it's not Ron.
Yeah.
Because it still could be, and it doesn't mean either. Depending on how many people he's told, he might have. He could change his mind, obviously. But the fact that he said he's picked it. Now, I've always said, I know you guys don't agree with all of these people, maybe a couple of them you do, but I've always said the same thing, both basically the whole panel saying about DeSantis. Absolutely, because there's a lot of people out there that, that say, gosh, yeah, I really like him, but not Trump as much. So he could just gather all those votes very easily, and he'd be obviously good into the future. Kristi Noem, I think, would be the other one.
That's mine.
For sure. Yep, I think, and again, this might have already taken place. Somebody I heard brought up the other day that I hadn't thought of, and I don't have time to go into the analysis of it, but J.D. Vance actually was being talked about a little bit. And then the last one, and I know this is the one that you guys don't agree with necessarily, but I'll back up why Tucker. But so there was this article the other week, and it was either by I want to say it was by either Kellyanne Conway or somebody connected with the campaign, somebody close to him.
All right.
And they said that he's been speaking with Tucker, but more importantly, Melania has. And Melania is the one that brought Pence over the line the last time.
Well,
Really?
I thought Pence was a bad choice last time. Tucker's not going to do it. That's not going to happen. He's got too much on his plate right now. He's not going to be it. I'm telling you, I want it to be DeSantis. If it's not DeSantis, then not Justin. I want it to be Kristi Noem, man.
Here's the thing about Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is in the spotlight every single day. He is the man. It's his show, his platform. Millions of people fawn over themselves to get the latest Tucker video.
Yep.
When you're the vice president, you are not that person. You're in the background. You are a support player, and that's not Tucker Carlson.
Well, yeah, and that's what, obviously Sarah Palin did for John McCain's campaign, right? She was the rock star at the time. But no, I still think it's a possibility. And the only reason I say that is because we're in such a time that we need an earthquake. And if you listen to how Tucker's been talking over the last, months since he was fired and ultimately, got onto X and then his own network now, he's changed a lot in his beliefs across the board. And I could see him, knowing we need an earthquake. And just to tell the audience, give everybody some perspective here, keep in mind with whoever it is. I always say whoever it is on the Republican Party, even Haley, I'll choke and vomit, but even Haley, we have to vote for him. We have to.
Yeah.
Unless you like the way it is now.
No.
But I will say this, though, is that, I think that, he definitely, it could happen. And I don't know, I guess I wouldn't be surprised one way or the other, but, and he's very close to Trump. And he would bring that rock star status. But the last thing I'll say is, they will do anything, and they being the Democrats, as we're seeing now, to make sure, if Trump doesn't get in, but even the election's a little bit in question, right? I mean, with the stunts they're pulling, if everybody hasn't noticed lately, Trump is walking around a little puffier, and somebody pointed out it's probably because he's wearing a vest. And
well, I'm quite sure he is.
For that. They will do anything, and I wouldn't ever rule that out. I'm sure everybody around is obviously very well aware of that.
I've said this for a long
Justin,
time.
Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, thanks. I'm surprised, honestly, that there hasn't been an attempt on his life yet. It's morbid to say, but
that we know.
Well,
of.
that we know of. But we've talked about this before, and that is if he dies. Natural causes. Let's just say, nope, he just died. And nobody shot him. Nobody poisoned him. It just, his time was up. God said it's time. I need you up here. Nobody would believe it. The conspiracies and this country,
you're right.
That would cause a civil. I mean, we're already a divided country. Can you imagine the outrage and just the we need to pray. Even if you can't stand Trump, you got to pray this guy does not kick the bucket. Something happens to him, because that is it. That causes chaos in this country.
Yep.
All right, let's try Deborah in Georgia. Deborah, hey, thanks for hanging on, and welcome to the Common Sense Club on YouTube.
Hey, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you okay. Go ahead.
Awesome. All right. First off, I am not anti-Trump, but Trump does not have the support of Washington, period. He doesn't. That's why he's not in there. And it would be an absolute battle. He would spend more time battling, trying to get anything through in Washington, and nothing would get done. And DeSantis is a strong leader, and he knows how to lead. He's pretty darn politically correct, and he doesn't bash people, and he's not arrogant. And I think with Trump right now, because he has so many people supporting him, he's got an arrogance about him.
Well, he always
that
has.
Is nauseating. I mean, it's nauseating. And I just really believe Trump needs to retire, enjoy the rest of his life, let DeSantis take his place and do what he can do. We are in a mess in America.
Oh.
I mean, a mess.
Yeah.
We need a good leader. And I don't believe Trump's that. Nikki Haley is definitely not that. And I'm a DeSantis supporter.
I love it. Deborah, appreciate it. Thanks for listening in beautiful Georgia, the Peach State. Let's go to, who's been waiting the longest? Benjamin's out in California. Hey, Benjamin, welcome to the Common Sense Club on AM 1100, the Flag Fargo's YouTube channel. What's up?
Thank you, guys. I'll be quick. I know you got a lot of callers here. I was so frustrated tonight with Ron DeSantis. This was his chance to put the knockout blow on Nikki Haley. When they asked him about imposing the education policies that he had in Florida into the nation, he wimped out. He reminded me of Mitt Romney when they asked him, why don't you put your health care plan from Massachusetts in the rest of the country? And he said, no, I think all the states should decide. This was his one true chance to separate himself from Nikki Haley. I think he was going after the Chris Christie crowd for some reason, and he totally blew it. This was his prime chance to separate himself, guys. I don't know if you guys agree with me or not. The fix is in. Trump is going to get, once they gave Mark Meadows immunity, the fix is in. He's going to get found guilty. So this was I don't know why he didn't go the route that he went with Gavin Newsom. He kicked Gavin Newsom's ass. I don't know if you guys agree with me or not, but this was so frustrating for me.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm a DeSantis supporter too, and I was listening to that question and that answer carefully, and I know what you're saying, and I hear you on that. You're not wrong. I heard the answer a little differently. He said, darn right we're going to impose the same decency things. We shouldn't have porn in the 5th grade library. But he said there are certain parts of education that we need to let the states handle as well. And so I thought he sort of towed that line pretty well of saying, look, the things that we can all agree on as far as basic decency, yes, I'll fight like heck for those things. But I don't know that the same principles that we run our education with in one state should apply to another. I thought it was actually a pretty deft political answer, but I'm with you that he could have had a stronger answer on that one.
Hey,
thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks for giving a shout.
Thanks for listening out in California. Let's go to Perry's in Michigan, the Rust Belt. Perry, welcome to the Common Sense Club on our YouTube channel.
Hey, man, how you guys doing, man?
We're having fun, man. How about you? How's the weather in Michigan? You guys freezing like we are finally
I'm
here?
loving it right now, man. Loving it, man. You got to love that Midwest life, brother. 90 degrees on Monday. We're ready for it.
Oh,
hey,
nice.
I just wanted to holler at you guys real quick, man. I wanted to make sure you heard the same thing that I heard, right?
Okay.
So the question Haley got was, what is she going to do about the crime rate that's going on out here? And she said she's going to defund the sanctuary state and she's going to get rid of illegal guns. Now, my question to you guys is this. As a valid Second Amendment member, what the hell is an illegal gun? Excuse my French.
Thank you.
First of all.
No, don't worry about that, man. Don't
You're
worry
good.
about
It's
that.
it's a video stream, buddy. We can say what we want to say.
Hey, listen, Perry, Perry, you're talking to three boys in Fargo, North Dakota. All right, this is gun country, baby. This is gun. We are
go
gun
free
guys.
peace around here.
And I'm an Army veteran myself. I'm still serving in reserve as we speak, man. So my thing
my
is,
man, thank you.
Thank you.
What's an illegal gun? Let's be real about that. And secondly, you're saying you're going to defund the sanctuary states. Well, you've got illegal immigrants, by the way. I'll say this too. I do contracting work, and I was just in Chicago a couple weeks ago.
Oh.
They have police stations housing illegal immigrants with tent cities all around it. Now you're going to take away money from that, and then you're going to take away the illegal guns on top of that? How are people going to defend themselves?
Exactly.
The crime rate's going to go up.
Well, see, that's what the anti-gun people, Perry, it drives me crazy. All they do is they bitch about guns. Like guns jump up and just automatically shoot themselves. And we got to get rid of guns because they live in this utopia that if you get rid of the guns, if you take the guns from us law-abiding citizens and law-abiding gun owners, you take the guns from us, then society's going to be safe. No, a criminal will find a way to get their hands on a gun. And guess what? Now, us legal, us responsible gun owners, what, now we can't defend ourselves because you took our gun away? Here's the thing I hate, Perry. I am so sick and tired. Well, that gun's it's assault weapon. Well, a damn hammer can be an assault weapon. Give me a break, man.
Just like they say, AR stands for assault rifle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's an AR. It's an assault rifle. No, it's dude, don't get me going,
It's
brother.
an answer that politicians give. It's an answer that politicians or candidates give because it sounds smart. Like we're going to get the illegal guns, but it's the people that you need to know what you've got. A gun is not legal or illegal. A gun is a piece of equipment that it can be used for whatever purpose it might be.
Good or bad.
Good or bad, absolutely. The gun doesn't have a personality. It's not trying to figure out what to do next. So when you say that, it sounds good to be, she wants to get illegal guns off the street. We need to be talking about gang members, criminals, people like that, rather than what the gun does, because that gives the gun power that it shouldn't have.
Yeah, like today, example, these things don't fire themselves. About 10 minutes ago, my gun just fell out of the holster, hit the floor. It didn't fire up. I'm kidding. But these guys are looking at me going, Thomas.
To tell it to shoot somebody? He didn't do it.
Hey, Perry, before we let you go, the Lions going to get it done this week and win a playoff game, or what's going on?
Baby, Matthew Stafford coming into town, and he's going to go home with a snotty nose. Thank you guys for having me.
Listen, you knucklehead. My Vikings took it easy on you guys because we didn't want you to have 2 bad weeks in a row.
Vikings. You've been ripping the Vikings all year. Your Vikings.
Run around some more.
Oh, man. Perry, it's been a pleasure talking to you in Michigan.
Thank you guys, man. Hey, I'm definitely subscribing, man. I caught you guys when I was at work out here on the skid steer, and I'm definitely a subscriber.
Oh, you can trust a man on a skid steer. Love that.
Is it a bobcat?
Yeah, is it a bobcat?
You know it, baby.
That's
North
right.
Dakota made.
Yep, North Dakota, right here in Fargo, Gwinner as well. Listen, you be safe out there. Thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you for your support, sir. Thank you guys, man. You guys have a great night.
Our boy's serving the military too. I got a boy in the Army. He just got moved to officer school in Tampa, Florida, and he's going the full boat career military. He loves it. Thank you, Perry.
Hey, no problem, man. Tell your boy good luck out here, man. Hopefully I'll see him around someday. You guys stay blessed, man. Take care.
You do the same, my friend.
Good to hear from you, Perry. Nikki Haley tweeted out, Chris Christie has been a friend for many years. I commend him on a hard-fought campaign. Voters have a clear choice in this election: the chaos and drama of the past or a new generation of conservative leadership. I will fight to earn every vote so together we can build a strong and proud America. Is she aware what Chris Christie said about her tonight?
Apparently not yet. Yeah, Chris has been a dear friend, but turn off your dang mic, Chris, would you?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thanks for...
Chris Christie said Nikki Haley's going to get smoked, and she's not up to this, and criticized her for spending $68 million on TV ads.
I can't believe she has not heard yet, or maybe she's ignored that Chris Christie tossed her under the bus so hard she's back in the 4th grade. I mean, he tossed her hard. Let's see, who's been waiting along? So I got Jackie in Florida, we got Andy in Pennsylvania, but we got to go to Sam in Virginia, and we don't have an open line. Lines are still full. Hey, Sam, welcome to the Common Sense Club on our AM 1100 The Flag Fargo YouTube channel. Make sure you folks subscribe and hit that bell. What's up, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay. You talking to a truck driver, a Vietnam vet?
Thank you.
In a trunk, but all the way for Trump.
There we go.
I got a question. It might not pertain to it don't till not. What happened to Vivek Ramaswamy?
That's
wasn't he invited to that debate?
Yeah, that's a good question. I had that written down as one of my questions. What happened?
First of all, the RNC, the Republican National Committee, decides what polls they're going to use to determine whether or not you're on the debate stage, and they excluded polls that Vivek did well in. So they wanted the two-person deal. So it was more shenanigans from the Republican National Committee, who, in my mind, has been trying to narrow this race all along.
Yeah, they want to wipe everything out.
So they stuck it to him. They just selected polls is the reason he was not on the stage today.
Because I've seen him on TV being interviewed, and he planned on being there. Early in the week or last week.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty damn dirty myself. I'd like to say something about them guns.
Yes, please do.
I got a big placard I bought out in the road, and it says, "Don't ban guns, ban idiots."
Yeah, there we go. I love that. That should be on a T-shirt, man.
It fits too.
Hey, let me ask this question. Let me make this point about the debates, though. This was not a Republican National Committee debate, was it? This was just CNN doing their own thing, correct?
No, I don't.
Why did they let CNN, kind of moderate the thing?
I think this was the RNC deal. I do, because I saw something about the RNC selecting polls. Okay. And the ones where Vivek did well were not included. They didn't use those. So.
JT, have you heard this? Is JT listening in the control room? He's been setting up a lot of this. Was this an RNC debate, or was this just a CNN debate? We don't know.
We can
CNN.
It was a CNN.
It was not a Republican. Okay, so our operations manager, who is as good as they get, he helped set this whole thing up. He's been in touch with all the players on this technology-wise to make it happen. He says it was a CNN thing, so they can do whatever they want. They can just say, they could have had, whoever, Doug Burgum and Asa Hutchinson tonight if they'd have wanted to. So
it wasn't sanctioned by the RNC.
Correct.
All right. Hey, Sam, you keep doing what you're doing out there, and you be safe, and thank you for your service to our country. Open line now, 701-271-1100. Before we get back to the phones, we got Ozzy driving truck, but he's currently driving through the great state of North Dakota.
We're
going to talk
Ozzy.
to him. Andy in Pennsylvania has been waiting a while. Jackie's going to come up next. She's down in Florida. She's been waiting a long time, too.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it. Let's go to Jackie. Hey, Jackie, welcome to the Common Sense Club on our YouTube channel.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for a great show tonight.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say I disagree with the person who says that DeSantis doesn't have balls. They don't live in Florida, obviously.
No, he's got a set on him.
Okay.
I'm getting a little uncomfortable here, but that's okay.
I'll tell you what, anybody who comes up against him actually loses. He's destroyed woke here in Florida. We never had anybody come from BLM into our state because he warned them before they ever came. Yeah. I mean, we have a governor who told us if anybody surrounds your car, you run them down.
Nice.
And I'll tell you what, I would have.
I love it.
I'll tell you, we don't fool around here in Florida.
No, I know though.
And,
my wife and I come down there every year. We come down for vacation. We go to St. Pete's Beach, and we absolutely love Florida. We love the people down there, and the love for DeSantis down there is just Unbelievable.
Well, and there's enough New Yorkers now that have made it way down.
Yeah.
They're not going to take your trash. So
Now
if you want to dish it out, you're going to have it coming back your
from
way.
New York, came here 39 years ago.
Oh, I can hear it now. Now that you say, yeah.
But I'll tell you what, it's night and day. And a few times that I've been back to New York, I could not wait to get back home here to Florida.
I can hear the New York still in your. Even 39 years later, I can still hear the New York in you. Hey, Jackie, what part of Florida? Where in Florida are you at down there?
I'm in Hudson, Florida.
What's that by?
That's just by Tampa.
Oh, okay.
30 minutes from Tampa. So, and tell your son thank you for his service.
I will.
I don't know which one I'm talking to right now
This is
because I
Jay.
have the voice off on the TV. But
I'm the guy with the flannel shirt on, North Dakota. That's called the North Dakota suit.
Okay, and it's your son. That's it. That's actually in service. So tell him thank you for his service. And we're very proud of our governor and his service. And he stands behind our police officers. He stands behind our teachers. He's doing such wonderful things. I can't say enough about him. And I was a extremely strong Trump supporter, and I voted for him in 2016 and 2020. But when the primaries come, I'm voting DeSantis this time because he is, and I'm sorry, I know all of you are still supporting Trump, but...
No, don't apologize.
Well, not all of you. Okay.
Yeah, don't apologize.
But DeSantis is a much better man. I mean, his personal life is better. He's upright. He doesn't lie. Whenever he says he's going to do something, I can tell you what. When he says that you can mark it, if he says it, he's going to do it. If he says it, he's going to do it. And I'll tell you what, Trump hasn't. As far as I'm concerned, he said he was going to destroy the swamp. I think the swamp has gotten so bad that we're up in our necks with it right now. And I think he's even reciprocating what the swamp is into by them doing what they're doing right now.
The swamp is so bad in Washington, you got critters floating there that you'd find in the Everglades in the swamps of Louisiana. That's how bad it's got. Jackie,
hang on a second, though, before you go, Jackie. I hear a lot of people saying that in Florida, many DeSantis supporters are upset because DeSantis said that if I decide to run again for governor, I'm going to wait to do the whole presidential thing until...
Everybody says that.
Yeah.
They all say that. I don't.
Well, but my question to you, Jackie, is what do people in Florida?
And I think he definitely should be doing that, and none of us should be upset here because let me tell you what, there are governors all over this country. Not one of them are doing what our governor is doing from a distance. I mean, I cannot sing his praises high enough. He is here for everything. If you ever saw the way he handled the hurricane, and he was away and he came in. I'll tell you what, I had my granddaughter in the worst of areas down by Fort Myers, and I would have been scared out of my pants with what was going on. But him and his wife were all over everything. They were in charge of everything. They were out there every minute. This man does not stop. I don't even know when he goes to sleep. I have to tell you that. This was one scared grandmother. And I could rest assured I was watching him on TV and his wife 24 hours a day nonstop.
So what I'm hearing you say is you don't think that most Floridians feel betrayed by him that he said, I'm going to run for governor, now president.
They're going, yeah, do it.
That is something that outsiders are saying.
Yeah. Got it.
That is something that
Media.
isn't really coming from Floridians. It's definitely the lying media. Trump has that right.
Thanks, Jackie. Nice to hear from you. By the way, I did a little checking, and
I think Ron DeSantis needs Jackie on the campaign.
Yeah, Jackie. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what do you got there, Scotty?
Here's how the candidates qualified for this debate. And by the way, it was CNN that did the decision.
Philip, Ozzy, Andy, guys, all hang on.
RNC basically initially said you had to be only in a RNC-sanctioned debate, but then changed their mind and now said kind of anybody can do anything. So the ones in New Hampshire are going to be sponsored by ABC. But anyway, CNN's rules were to make the stage, you needed to receive at least 10% in 3 separate national and or Iowa polls of Republican caucus goers or primary voters that met CNN's standards for reporting. So again, they're cherry-picking the polls. And according to Vivek, he was excluded based on their cherry picking.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're looking at the polls going, okay, we don't want Vivek on here. So what number do we have to pick where Vivek will fall out of that? Well,
we would
not
have had as orderly a debate tonight if Vivek was in there, because that guy's just out throwing bombs.
Yeah, well, and there's a lot of people in the chat room on our YouTube page. Make sure you subscribe and click that bell. There's a lot of people on there that, we need Trump. Why isn't Trump there? Why? And we hear that all the time. You would not. There were just a couple times when it went off the rail tonight. You got two candidates. If you would have had candidate 3, Trump, on there, we would have got nothing out of these candidates. It would have been a bloodbath, and it would have been Trump just pounding and pounding. We would have got nothing. We would have got. It would have been like the very first debate when there were 60 people on stage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, tonight we finally got a chance. The two leaders to kind of hear more than we ever have. All right. Before we get back to the calls, Tim, now in Kentucky, you're up. So let me explain who we are and what this is. So we're just 3 radio geeks that have been doing this for a gazillion years. We're out of Fargo, North Dakota, God's country up here, gun country, guns, meat, cigars, baby, and a lot of beer. I love beer. I drink Miller High Life, and we call them Miller J Lifes up here. My name is Jay Thomas. I host a radio show. I've been doing it here on WDAY Radio for 15 years. It's called The Jay Thomas Show. I'm on 2 to 5 Monday through Friday, Central Standard Time. You can listen online, of course, at WDAYRadioNow.com. My radio show is not a heavy political show. I dabble in politics once in a while.
It's a common sense program is what it is.
It is, but I talk, local issues and national stuff, but I just don't go deep. I don't consider myself belong to any party. I have my own political party, and I call it the Garage Party. That's what I do. I'm on AM. I'm on 970 WDAY AM. All right. I also got a Facebook page. If you wanna like it, follow it. It's just Jay Thomas. Just look for the Jay Thomas in West Fargo, North Dakota. I also have a national television show called Rides, and it's a car show. Cars, motorcycles. I got a Facebook page for that. I also have a YouTube channel, Rides with Jay Thomas. Get on there, like it, subscribe to it. So that's me. Next to me is Steve Hallstrom. Steve Hallstrom, he is one of the owners of our station, AM 1100, The Flag, and our company, the WDAY Radio, The Flag. Also, we have some newspapers, some other radio stations, all under the umbrella. Steve and Scott are the owners. Steve Hallstrom was in TV for many, many years. He's a sports god. He's does a talk radio show, and his show is...
I see the Wolves lost in overtime to the Celtics tonight by 7, but they covered the 10.5, so that's probably what matters.
Some Minnesota team. Steve has a show called The Steve Hallstrom Show. It's from 4 to 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, and you can listen to him anywhere on the marble at am1100theflag.com or on a smart speaker, or get the AM 1100 app.
WZFG mobile app.
There you go. Get that app and listen to Steve. Other owner of our media group here is Scott Hennon, and I don't know who's been in radio longer, me or Scott. I've got 41 years this year. What do you got now, 67? Oh, I'm kidding, dude. But you and I both, I started radio when I was in 10th grade in high school because my mom worked in radio. Your parents owned radio, correct?
Yep.
Your parents got you in it, I believe, probably
12 years of age.
12 years old.
Part-time on KDMA in Montevideo.
Scott now 75, and he's still going. I'm kidding, he's not. Scott has a show called, ready? Here it is, What's on Your Mind? And to this day, Scott and I, our stations used to be owned by different companies. I hated Scott because when he came up with that radio name, I thought USOB. That is the greatest name for a radio show. Because all you have to do is go, hey, I'm Scott Hennon. What's on your mind? Bam, that's it. Scott's got a show. He's been doing radio up here for a gazillion years. He's got the most listened to radio show in the upper Midwest. He's on a 50,000-watt blowtorch just like Steve is, and that's AM 1100 The Flag. And Scott is on from 8:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. And again, you can listen to Scott as well as Steve. Same thing. Get the app, WZFG?
That's the one.
I think you've given this promotional talk more than Nikki Haley said DeSantisLies.com today.
Did I say any of you guys lie yet? Did I say that? and for Scott and Steve, if politics is your thing, and evidently it is, these guys are diehard. It's faith, family, freedom. That's what they do, and they talk a lot of national politics and mix in some local stuff. Check them out. Get on their Facebook pages, like those pages, follow those pages, and.
I'm going to say Scotty must listen to show every day. Had Trump on a couple of weeks ago. So this is just how Scotty rolls. Yeah. Been to Mar-a-Lago.
I'm really getting tired of us talking about ourselves here. Can we go back to these listeners?
I want these people to understand, because they're going, who are these guys that we're listening to? So now you got our biography, and with that, we will let you folks talk now. All right, Andy in Pennsylvania, thank you for letting me sit there and give a 2-hour monologue on our lives. Welcome to the Common Sense Club on YouTube.
Yeah, actually, I appreciate it. This is my first time watching your stream, so it was nice to get a little background.
Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. The first question I wanted to ask, you guys were talking about VPs earlier, possible VP picks. Yeah. What do you think about Vivek as a possible VP pick?
I don't think, guys, do you think he's young? I still don't know. I mean, there's still a lot to learn about him. I don't know as a VP, but I think somewhere in Trump's cabinet, and he could start learning the ropes. That I don't know what that position would be. That's where I'm at.
Vivek is not ready to be president, and I think whoever your vice presidential pick is has to be ready, day one.
Scott, that's a good point.
If something happens, I just don't think he's ready for prime time yet. I think he's brought a lot to this debate. He's a smart guy.
Oh, smart dude.
Hits on a lot of the important topics, but his time will come.
Well, he is a very wealthy, self-made entrepreneur. He is used to being the star of the show. This is something you got to remember when you're talking about vice presidential candidates. It's not everybody that can go from being, I want to be the most powerful person in politics in this entire world, to, okay, I'm willing to be the assistant to another person who is the most powerful person in the world. I'm just not sure that Vivek is wired to be that kind of a person. I kind of feel the same way I did about when we were talking about Tucker Carlson. I just don't know that feels like him. But I'm telling you what, there's something about this guy. I don't know him well enough to trust him yet, but I want him on the team somewhere going forward.
Andy, where are you at with it?
I actually, you guys are convincing me a little bit. I was thinking Vivek the president. Giving his age and the things you guys just said, even as a VP pick, I understand where you're coming from. I think Trump would benefit from keeping him close.
Oh yeah,
yep.
And I think Andy, I think I gotta believe that Trump is keeping a close eye on Vivek, and he's feeling him up, going, where can I use this guy?
I want a VP to be somebody that's run something. I don't want you just to have worked in politics all your life. I want you to have had to make a payroll or figured out how to come up with a revenue shortfall. Governors do it well
because this is a business.
Yeah, and so in that respect, Vivek he's got that kind of skill set. But I don't want a career politician to be the VP. I want somebody that's had to figure out what has to be done when things aren't easy, and you get that with people who have run stuff before.
And honestly, this is my first time voting as a Republican. I've been independent, and prior to that, I was Democratic. And Vivek is part of the reason why I've made the switch. Okay. Some of the rhetoric I've heard from him, and listening to Milton Friedman, and just catching on to these guys lately, a little late in the game.
So what changed it for you, though?
Never too late.
What happened, to make you say, you know what? I think these guys on the other side have it figured out. What happened?
Well, when I was young, actually, it was my college years, I would say I was probably most strongly blue, if that's one way to describe it. Once I started working and watching my paycheck be taxed heavily and realizing where this money is going, I just kind of, I don't know, just naturally caught on to these other perspectives, and it all started making sense to me. So when I hear a guy like Vivek speak about just completely annihilating the deep state, 90% reduction, I think is what he said, of the federal, at least in the FBI, where there's just a lot of wasteful money. But either way, I completely understand where you guys are coming from with the experience. But the other question, if you guys don't mind me asking, that I had was about Nikki Haley. Actually, do you think she's being propped up by the left?
Yes, I do. I've never been a fan of Nikki Haley. I look at her. I do not trust her. Honestly, she just reminds me of She honestly reminds me of Hillary Clinton.
I always say
it's
her. Like a petri dish, candidate where she's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But to your specific question on being propped up by the left, just look at her donors.
Yeah, Scott, that's a good point.
You got very liberal Wall Street donors that are donating to her in big numbers, so they see her as, and then the corporatists that Ron DeSantis talked about a lot tonight, also in that camp.
Yeah, there was a big shindig a couple weeks ago, and the guest list got published somewhere, and it was like the BlackRock people and some venture capital and big Wall Street types that have voted very liberal before or supported very, very liberal candidates before. So it's just, I'm kind of the same way, guys. There's just something about her I don't trust. She talks a good game, but when you boil her down on the issues and look at her track record and where she's been, there's something about her that tells me she's not really a conservative. And that's what we need. We don't need Republicans in the White House. We need conservatives in the White House. And I just don't think she fits the bill.
All right, Steve, appreciate that. Andy, thank you for listening in Pennsylvania. We got to rock and roll.
Thanks, Andy.
We got a lot of folks. Let's go.
Welcome to this side, by the way, Andy.
Yeah,
good to have
I'm glad you, Steve. You asked him that.
I love those stories.
But you know what he said? It always comes back to the paycheck.
I grew up a few years.
Yep,
got out of college.
I also like the fact that Vivek has pulled him more to the conservative side, and I think that's something that Vivek brings to the table. Yes. He's going to appeal to some younger voters who are going to say, "Hey, I like this guy," and maybe think more about the issues.
Let's go to Ozzy. Driving truck is what I'm told, but he's in North Dakota currently. Ozzy, welcome to the Common Sense Club on our YouTube channel. Where in North Dakota are you?
I'm right by Fargo at the Flying J.
Oh, okay, you're just down the road from our studios. All right.
Stop on in, brother. We still got some leftover sandwiches.
Yeah, we got sandwiches here for you. Hey, so are you from North Dakota or just driving through?
No, I'm driving through. I'm just coming off of Seattle, Washington. But I'm from Florida. And I'll tell you what. DeSantis, to me, is one heck of a governor. He's a real good governor. He does everything the right way. But he does not have the experience enough to be in the big boys with the president.
So what you're saying is, hey, take him as a VP, Trump, and then he can learn under Trump, learn the ropes, and then come the next 8 years, we've got him ready to go.
Exactamundo.
Yeah.
It's like, you can't come up here and walk into there and become a president. Trump's already been in there. Let me put it to you this way. Back when Trump was president, were we better off with the fuel than we are now?
Say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again, Oz.
When Trump was in the office, were we better over there when Trump was in the office, or are we better now?
Oh, God, that's a no-brainer. Yeah. I mean, when Trump was in office, life was fantastic.
Obviously.
Slam dunk.
What I'm saying is, why not Biden? Why not Trump pick DeSantis, teach him, learn the ropes, and then go after the big boys and knock them out?
Yeah.
It's simple.
Yeah, exactly. Ozzy, you be safe out there. Enjoy your visit here to Fargo, North Dakota. Let's go to Phillips in Pennsylvania. Philip, welcome to the program. Philip, you still there? No, Philip was waiting a long time. Let's go to Don in Indiana. Hey, Don, welcome to the Common Sense Club on our YouTube channel.
Hey, you guys. This is the first time seeing you all. And several months here, I've been wanting to get my feelings out what's happening in the world.
Yeah, please do.
And there's so many things. I'm retired, and I'm starting to get anxieties. Things are changing so much, so fast.
Yep.
I'm talking about Eon, everything in the world. The wall, where did that come from? And things like that. And, well, we got to start with Obama or Clinton. Obama with Obamacare, where these kids can change. They got insurance to change their bodies.
Yep.
Well, our insurance is going up for someone to change their body, And as far as the debate tonight, DeSantis big time. As far as Trump, he's number one, but his age is catching up with him.
It is.
Okay. And I'm worried about Biden 2 years ago. It's embarrassing to know that Biden's in high office.
Yeah, I mean, Biden is an absolute disaster. He's a joke. He's made our country look weak. He's weakened our country. There is no respect anymore, Don, from any of these countries. Even when Trump was in office, the ones that hate us, they knew, we ain't screwing around when Trump's in office.
Yeah, right. They wouldn't be in Ukraine. Ukraine, as far as putting money over there, he's kind of like a dictator.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's got those priests over there in prison, you know, and the churches shutting down and not being able to vote. Voting's coming up during the war. I don't think we should be giving all that money over there because a lot of that money's landing up in Iran.
Yep, that's right. That's right. Don, I'm going to let you rock and roll. We got to get rolling.
Who's next?
Let's see. Holy smokes, where do we want to go? Who in America do we? You know what I want to talk to? I want to go down to Kentucky, and I'll tell you why. Because Alex and I, the wife and I, over the Christmas break, we always find something to binge watch. We're huge fans of Longmire, and we burnt through that last year, and everybody said, you have to watch Justified. Got to watch Justified. Of course, Justified, the show is based out of Kentucky. Raylan, the U.S. Marshal. It's a great show. So let's go to Kentucky. Hey, Tim, welcome to the Common Sense Club. Now, I got to ask you, we watch Justified based in, it's supposed to be based in Kentucky. Is it really like that?
Hey, man, that's Eastern Kentucky. That's an entirely different breed than out here in Central and Western Kentucky. I guess North Dakota probably has that too.
Yes, we do.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So my question, it's not a question. I got kind of disturbed with Ron DeSantis today. He had a big, when he came out to run for president, he had a lot of support.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't support him. I'm a Trump guy, but I thought Ron could be a future vice president. And then he kind of started hitching his wagons. Excuse our talk here, but he kind of got behind, and the people getting behind him that was supporting him are the same type that's supporting Nikki Haley right now.
What do you say?
He lost support like instantaneously.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this real quick, Tim. Hold on. Let me ask you this real quick, and I'll let you finish. So would you be upset with Trump if he decided that he was going to grab DeSantis for the VP slot?
I think DeSantis would be a great VP. I think he would be a great president.
Mm-hmm.
I think he probably should have focused on his job in Florida.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, Steve had asked. We had, I believe her name was lovely Jackie from Florida. Asked her, how do the people down there in Florida feel about, do they feel like he jumped ship? And she said, no, she thinks that's the media making that up. We back him for doing this.
Yeah, I want to ask a little bit more on this now. When you say the same people backing him, backing Nikki Haley, who are you talking about? Just so I know where you're coming from.
I'm not going to say any names, but I think it's pretty clear. He's lost several not sponsors, but
big name donors.
Donors, correct.
Oh, that have peeled off of him and gone to her.
Here's the problem I have with DeSantis, however you say it. Tonight, he said something that, it's kind of disturbing. During the Summer of Love protest, mostly peaceful, whatever you call it, he said Trump didn't do anything but tweet out of the White House, and Ron put his National Guard on the streets. Well, two problems with that. Sure, DeSantis can put his National Guard on the streets. Trump can't.
Mm-hmm.
Trump can't put the National Guard in the streets in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. I think it depending on how one looks, I think Trump, there may have been some federal agents in Portland at the courthouse, but they was all unmarked. I think we all know how that turned out.
Yeah.
Media hype and all that craziness after that. So I think Trump was a little bit more limited. I think that was.
Yeah, we said that during the debate. We made that point. That,
Jim, appreciate the phone call.
A mayor, they can do more than a president can about what's going on in the streets of communities across the nation. So we're with you on that particular point.
Yeah, Tim, appreciate the phone call. Glad you're
Tim.
listening down there in beautiful Kentucky. Who's been waiting the longest? Let's go to Kevin in Ohio. Hey, Kevin, welcome to the Common Sense Club on our AM 1100 The Flag Fargo YouTube page.
Thanks for having me. I just ran into your show tonight. I was watching Vivek on Tim Pool, and suddenly it shut off about 9:20 for some reason.
Huh.
And then I found you guys, and I watched the rest of the debate, and I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet, man. Thanks for watching and listening.
Anyway, Vivek is, he's a Cincinnati guy, knows his business, and there was a characterization of him that didn't seem right to me, that he's not a lifetime politician, he's a lifetime businessman. I don't know but I think I heard that wrong, or it was characterized wrong.
No, he's a self-made business person. He's got about a $500 million personal wealth. He's not an old guy. I think he's only about 35 years old, but he built a couple of software companies and kind of earned his stripes that way. And this is really the first foray into politics that he's ever done. That's what I think. That was me, and that's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, I've been following, right along, and he's been going the alternate media way off the mainstream media, and I try to follow him. And I like DeSantis. I think DeSantis would be good, and I think Vivek would be good. And I worry about the country. There's enough Trump haters that there's going to be unrest either one way or the other.
Yeah, that's the truth.
And I think it's good that that we get us away from mainstream media, or more people tune into non-mainstream media to sort of get an idea what's going on. I think that the more views that you get to hear, you can pick and choose what you like to hear, and then do a little bit of research for yourself. But I don't know. I'm worried that a lot of people will just be continued to be
divided, hate. Yeah, divide, hate. The one thing, again, when we talk DeSantis and we talk Vivek and Scott, Steve, I think we'll both agree. We are looking, I'm a Trump guy too. Trump's in his 70s. Obama or Biden. I confuse the two because they're the same.
I wonder why.
He was embalmed, years ago. To see a DeSantis who's younger, to see Vivek who's younger, going for these jobs, because we got to start at some point getting younger blood here. We can't keep having dinosaurs getting into office. It is time to get some younger, knowledgeable, smart folks. And
that's why Trump's VP pick is so important.
It is very important. Right. It's very important. Yeah. All right, Kevin, glad you're listening in Ohio. Make sure you like and subscribe that YouTube page, man. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, social media comment I thought was I've been watching the comments on the YouTube channel. Panda Poet posts this one. I like DeSantis because when I was down there, I'm from Michigan, they tried to shut down Bike Week, and instead he came out and partied with us and apologized. So he won a fan by partying with the bikers.
But and that sounds like something that Kristi Noem, South Dakota would do.
Yeah, she would.
Would he try to do to Sturgis? I don't think so. I'll be out there on my Harley.
Yeah.
Let's go to Michigan. I hopefully I pronounce his name right. Is it Toy?
Yeah, this is Toy. How are you?
Hey, doing good, Toy. Welcome to North Dakota.
Thank you so much. And I did subscribe to your channel, and I'd like to know, can I give to your channel as well, like a donation to your channel? This is the first time watching you, and I was very impressed. And with me, I am a Republican, and I am a woman of color. And you are right. This country is terrible. This is so much corrupt in this country. It is ridiculous.
Can I ask you something personal? Can I ask you a personal question, Toy? And if I'm out of line, tell me, hey, Thomas, who the hell do you think you are? As a woman of color, you hear the left, the Democrats, Biden, all these folks that they're there for Black America. And I can't answer that, but you can. Do you feel that is a crock of garbage?
Yes, it is garbage. Let me tell you why. Because years ago, before our time, way before our time, blacks were Republicans. If you look at the history of Republicans, they were Christians. They were strong Christians. Democrats were mean and evil and hateful and division. And now these days, blacks thinking Republicans is all rich. No, you got some rich, you got some middle class, whatever, is what you believe on. Mm-hmm. And so I believe what the Bible says. And see, this idiot we have in Michigan, where's in there? Oh, no, she has to go. She has to go. She has to go. And this president we have, same-sex marriages, what kind of crap is that? 2 men, 2 women, come on now. And then you have abortion. You call yourself a Christian? No. Do you think God is pleased with this country? No, he's not.
No, he's not.
No, he is not. Yes, people look at me and say, well, Toy, you black. No, this is what I stand for. What the Bible says, that's how I vote. I do not vote for anyone that's totally opposite. And this country was built on, in God we trust.
Amen to that.
Wow, good for you.
I want to answer a question you mentioned earlier, Toy, about...
This is Scott, by the way, talking right now.
The subscription option. We actually are going to be adding something very soon where you can subscribe and get some exclusive content. So stay subscribed to the page, and that'll be coming soon.
I wanted to add to something.
Can I donate to your page? Can I donate to your page?
No, you don't. You don't. No, the stuff is coming, but no, we all have full time. This for us, we're all radio guys. We all have local radio talk shows. We're just we just stumbled across this a few months back. We do debate watch parties. We're like, hey, let's get on YouTube and just do a talk, see what happens. Next thing you know, you have 56,000 people listening, calling from all over America. We're like, hey, this is fun. So, no, but we do have some subscription stuff coming. Just stay tuned. Stay on this channel. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, well, I love that. And Toy, if I could figure out an easy way to do it, I would send you one of our caps here so you could wear those colors proudly.
Yes, I will.
We'll find out. Like Scott said, we've got a platform coming soon where we kind of dream up little merchandise ideas, like a T-shirt that says "Try that in our small town" and with our logo on it.
Hey, did you just plagiarize?
And I don't think so. But we're gonna have some stuff coming out where you can show your true patriot colors, and also maybe a little logo of our station, and you can be an honorary North Dakotan too, Toy. But I did want to say this comment to you. I hate this identity of you're black and I'm white. You're an American, I'm an American. You're a sister, I'm a brother. That's all that really matters. But there are a number of prominent African Americans in our country right now who are really standing up and speaking strong, and I love it. One of them is a gentleman named Jason Whitlock, and he's from Kansas City, used to be a sports columnist, and now he's more of a political commentator. And he said something that reminded me exactly what you said. He said, I grew up in the church. I grew up going to church every Sunday and on Wednesday nights, and probably a lot of Tuesdays and Thursdays too. And he says, I cannot find the God in the Democrat Party anymore. That's what he said.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Amen. 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 And it's sad. It's really sad because I live out in a smaller country in Michigan. I'm more like up north, and I belong to Michigan Right to Life. I'm very involved. And, well, I guess our group in our town is getting smaller and smaller. But I'm going to be praying for you, all three of you gentlemen.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Are you a Youper, Toy? Are you a Youper?
A what?
A Youper.
Upper Peninsula?
Oh, no, I live in Holly. I live in Oakland County.
Oh, okay. Hey, Toy, another question for you. Toy, are you by chance on are you on Facebook?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
yes.
Here's what I'm going to have you do. I want you to go to my Facebook page, okay? My name is Jay Thomas, and just look for Jay Thomas, who is in West Fargo, okay, North Dakota. I want you to go.
J-A-Y?
Yep, Jay Thomas. I want you to go to my page. just follow my page, and then you can private message me. I want you to private message me, Toy. Just say, hey, Jay, this is Toy, and send me your address, and I will get a AM 1100 The Flag, and I'll get a WDAY 970 radio hat. I will get those in the mail and delivered to you.
Thank you so much, because all of my friends are Republicans as well. They will love that. Thank you so much.
God bless you, Toy. Thanks for calling.
Thank you, Toy. Get a hold of me, private message me. We'll get some. You guys will love the flag hats. You can fly the flag out there in Michigan. Okay, we got time for one more call, and we got to roll. I've been here since 7 this morning. We all have our boys here running everything. They've been here all day. One more call. That's what I plan on doing. Hey, Mike in Missouri, you are the last one up tonight on the Common Sense Club on our YouTube channel, AM 1100 The Flag Fargo. What's up, Mike?
Well, I pronounce it Missouri.
Missouri.
There
you go.
There you go. Yeah, but I got some sad breaking news.
What's that?
After the last 4 years under Biden, the Missouri legislature just changed the state pronunciation to misery.
Oh, well played, brother. Well played. That's fantastic.
You know, and man, I was trying so hard to watch this debate, and it's like I got to watch it on Fubu or this thing and that thing. Thank God for you guys for, doing these watch parties. I think that is awesome. I appreciate you guys doing this. It gave me an avenue to listen to the debate. Really, I don't care about the debate because we live in Eric-2 country. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I mean, that's an old Missouri joke. But any rate, the other thing I want to talk about is the dereliction of the CDC, which is Washington, D.C. is clearly being affected by a new pandemic. And that pandemic is cranial rectal displacement.
You got to take this show on the road, Mike.
Mike, we got to make you part of the show, brother.
Should be opening for Jimmy Fallon at the next stand-up.
No kidding. We're gonna fly Mike into Fargo.
Yeah.
Hey, now Kristi Noem's governor of South Dakota. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who's governor of North Dakota?
Doug Burgum. He ran. He was one of the candidates. Yep.
Yeah. All right. I did remember Doug on one of the earlier debates. Yeah. He's got his head together too.
He does. He does.
And they were talking about VPs. Now, let me tell you something. I hear what everybody's saying about Nikki Haley. But if you took Nikki Haley and Kristi Noem and put that on the ticket, what do you think those results might look like?
I'll let you two answer that one.
I don't think you have a strong number one there. I think you have somebody that, probably Haley would be your lead there. Noem is super strong. She would fill a lot of gaps in there. I think you would have people say that's just a weird ticket to have two women. I think the country might be ready for a president, but I don't know if the country's ready for a female president and vice. I'm not saying it should or shouldn't be. I'm just saying I think people would not exactly know what to make of that. And I'd be very nervous with Nikki Haley as a president, just as a conservative.
Donald Trump said tonight on the CNN town hall, or where was he, at Fox town hall tonight, that he's already decided who his VP is going to be. He isn't saying who, but I would think
he's going to play this one for a while.
If he said that already, though, I think we're going to know sooner rather than later.
No.
Which, by the way, back to the question about how much of the legal stuff is going to consume his time, he needs a good number two surrogate out there right now.
No.
Yeah.
Early.
Well, we're hearing rumors. We're hearing that Governor Noem was kind of being a surrogate for him.
Yep, no? she was filling in where he couldn't be there in Iowa at a few spots. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it was Kristi Noem.
If you had to bet, Scotty, is that where you'd put your dollar?
Probably.
Okay. That's where I put mine. It's either gonna be DeSantis.
She
or
would
Noem.
be so, guys. She would be so good.
You may imagine her on her inauguration day rolling up on that big, beautiful horse.
Or a Harley, one of the two. Should be in a horseback or a Harley.
That would be a steel horse right there. On a steel horse I ride, in the words of John Bon Jovi.
There you go.
Hey, Mike, we got to rock it.
Is she going to have a shotgun? Is she going to have a shotgun strapped to her back?
She better.
She might.
She better, man.
Don't mess with her.
It'd be camo. She'd have the camo. She'd be rocking the camo. I know that.
Mike, thanks for listening.
That'll be her antidote for the problem in Washington, D.C. right now. That'll be her.
Love it. Mike, we got to rock and roll. We got to cut this thing. Thanks for listening to Missouri. Well, hey, thank you for everybody's listening all around the country. We had a blast again. Like I said, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube page. Make sure you click that bell because that's going to tell you when new stuff is happening and big announcements coming up when it comes to what we're doing with YouTube. But you never know. We may be sitting around one day going, hey, guys, you know what? What the hell? Let's all get together and let's do a YouTube show. We haven't done one in a couple weeks, so you just never know. That's why it's important that you subscribe, and really important that you click the bell because then you know when something's going on the AM 1100 The Flag Fargo YouTube page.
And if we make a road trip somewhere, we're going to Michigan to see Perry and Toy. And hang out with them because they sound like people that would be an awful lot of fun to spend an evening with.
Yeah, and Toy, again, seriously, private message me on Facebook and give me your address. I will get some flag hats out to you out there in Michigan. We'll get you some.
We had a live studio audience here today, too, and, I listened to their answers to Steve's question and their commentary all the way through this thing tonight and hear the callers. We love our listeners. And you bring a lot to the table. It's better than watching the, Fox News analysts and, CNN pundits.
Oh, exactly.
It's real people.
Because we got the real people.
Real people, and you bring it. So thanks so much for listening.
And a lot of times it feels like we're alone sometimes as conservatives in this crazy culture war that we're in. And it feels like, man, we seem like we're outnumbered. Nights like tonight, don't they remind you that we're the ones, there's more of us than people think.
There's more people out there with common sense than we realize, maybe. But the thing is, it's nice to hear from America because we said this in the beginning of the evening that, you sit whatever state you're in, whatever town you're in, you sometimes feel like, man, is it me, my friends? Is it just where I live? Does America really have the same feelings I do? I mean, we all get that feeling. But when you start talking to people from around America, you go, no, it's not just here. It's the country feels that way.
That's right.
All right. People, thanks, man. It's been an absolute blast. Myself, Jay Thomas, Steve Hallstrom, Scott Hennon. We'll be doing it again soon. You folks have a great evening. And you know what? Things will get better. They're going to get better. You just hang in there.
Gotta have hope.
Yep. There you go. Common Sense Club, we're saying good night and God bless you, man.